27, Stephen Lennon away through. Stephen Lennon, another TZ 250 Yamaha. Mr. Heathcote out there as well. Great to see him back. And he'll be looking to get back up on the top step of the podium. Matthew Kake. So Matthew Kake on the RS 250 Honda. Great to smell the two strokes. We were talking the press launch before this. We were saying that the two strokes. We were talking to Robin at the Mid Antrim 150 last weekend. So there's more two strokes than there is four strokes. And that's what we love here at the Classic Bike Festival. Number 38 away through there, pushing hard. The 250s in the slipstream. That's Mark Hanna. So Mark Hanna riding that RS 250 Honda. Previous lap record holder here at Bishop's Court. Of course, Kyle Ride now holds it. So Kyle Ride at the minute holds the lap record, but we were talking last night to Rory Skinner, Storm Stacey, and they're looking to break that lap record this weekend. And of course, Kyle, he unofficially broke it then again during the Superbike practice. So the next machines out on track are the classic machines. So the classic bikes to the Holden area. That's including the 350 GP and 125 GP machines. If you can make your way to the Holden area as quickly as you can with these parade laps, or making their way, we're going to be making their way back into the paddock here pretty soon. Chris Hill's away through Maraca RS 180. The number 65 machine there, Gareth Lucas. Gareth Lucas, another RS 250. Mark Hanna's on that, the trick, the TSR 250 Honda. And it's great to see him out again after he had a huge crash at the Bush Road races. And he was injured for quite some time, and it's great to see him back out and back on a machine. So he was out last year as well on a number of different machines. Again, just another call for the classic machines to the Holden area, please. That's the classic machines to the Holden area. So this year in the classics include the 350 GP machines and the 125 GP machines. Got a great racing. Alan Finnegan away through. Alan Finnegan on that Yamso. He's on the 250 Yamso Yamaha with a Sealy frame. The Sealy frames were very popular in the day because you had the Sealy and you had Spondon frames. But a lot of modern machinery now comes. You buy a BMW, that's exactly what you get. You get a BMW. Back in the day, these Grand Prix racing machines, various frames, various engines, and you hear some of the old school riders talking about bitses, and that's exactly what they were. They were bits of this and a bits of that. ET said 250 Yamaha way through. One of the instructors you see at the head of the groups, they do have instructors ahead of them just to make sure they're all behaving themselves, but sure, we'll see how that goes. Clifford Stewart again, another TZ 250. The TZ, they're a wee bit more reliable, but the Honda was that wee bit quicker. The Yamaha quite tricky to get set up correctly. But of course the TZ, the Yamaha, you could rebuild the crankshafts on the Yamaha, which made it that wee bit more affordable. But the Honda was that wee bit, you had to buy the crankshaft, so Ernie Coates always had a good stock of Honda cranks with him. But of course now there's ways around these things, and there's a company in England that actually rebuilds crankshafts now for 250 Hondas. McCabe in the Honda 4, just wheeling that machine into the paddock. Lovely machine that. He just looked down the left hand side of the bike, just make sure there's nothing untoward, and hopefully we'll see that Honda 4 back out again later on. So again, another call for the classic machines to the holding area, please. That's the classic machines to the holding area. So ladies and gentlemen, up next then is the Classic 73, Classic 350 GP and the 125 GP parade laps, or qualifying should I say, as the parade laps. The checkered flag goes out, Moto 3 machine tucking in behind the TZ 250. Again, that big box seat getting plenty of slipstream from him there. So we do keep reminding ourselves that these are parade laps, but the riders, unfortunately, once they get in the swing of it, they soon get the chin on the tank. So again, after the Classic 73 parade qualifying, we will have the junior parade. So once this qualifying session is out on track, can you make your way to the holding area? The classic machines up next, and then that will be followed by the junior parade machine at 9:40. So once these classic machines go out on track, can we have the junior parade machines to the holding area? So that's the parade machines back into the paddock now. Johnny Parker enjoying himself out there against some of these iconic machines. Mark Hanna on that immaculate TSR 250. Great to see him back out again. Again, previous lap record holder here at Bishop's Court. Will it go this weekend? Kyle Reid broke it last year. And there's five five names that I have in my head that could break this lap record and win the 250 races this weekend. Competition is so hot for this class, the 250 Grand Prix class. So the classic machines will be out on track to start the first of the qualifying sessions this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It's the pre-73 class, the 350 GPs and the 125 GPs. Quite a few bikes down in the holding area here at the minute. So the green flag is going to be waved here very shortly. And the bikes will be out on track. So the classic machines out on track. Don't forget the 350 GPs and the 125s are along with them. So the machines out on circuit lane. We have Darren Duncan, Carlton Bell, Kyle Martin away through there. That's Mark Johnson. And a whole gaggle of machines out on track. It's near a freight train of bikes the whole way around here. And Mark Kirkpatrick away through. RJ Woolsey out. He's in the unlimited classic pre-73 machine. So just a run through for some lap records. So the pre-73 250 class lap record held by Brian Mateer here. I think that was a couple of years ago there. So a 125.4 for Brian Mateer, 76 mile an hour lap. The pre-73 classic 350s, Torkel Patterson. That was done just a couple of weeks ago here at the Mid-Antrim 150 event. a 122.7 for Torkel. Owen Patterson on the 500, 73, a 120.4. Stephen McKeown in the open class, the 373 Classic. On the Tramp 750 with a 122.2. The 125 GP lap record is held by Matt Davison, and that was this year as well. A 125.0 for Matty Davison. That's Barry's son, and Barry Davison himself, the Classic 250 GP lap record, a 118.6. And yours truly, Gareth Keys, holds the lap record for the Classic 350 GP, a 115.5. So I've got a sneaky suspicion that that's going to go this weekend. I'm secretly hoping it's not going to go, but Storm Stacey is at the head of the timing at the minute. So Storm Stacey, the Classic 350, a 122.8. Andy Kilday's quickest in the Unlimited class, the 1000cc machine, a 125.1. Then we have Steve Boom in third. He's second of the Classic 350s. The GP 350 machines, a 125.5. A mountain of machinery out there. So just a reminder for the junior parade machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the junior parade machines. See, Darren Duncan just pulling into the paddock there. Storm Stacey away through the number 77 machine. That was Jamie Lyons. Jamie Lyons' first ever time on a 350 GP machine. That's a TZ 350 Yamaha. So he's sixth on the road at the minute, but fourth of the 350 machines. And it's all chopping and changing. Padraig Graham on the 125, up fourth fastest. Second of the 125 machines. First of the 125 machines, Buster Sherman Boyd. And I think Buster just caught him in the corner of my eye there. I think he went into the paddock. Storm Stacey just pulling into the paddock there. And that lovely TZ 350 Yamaha. So he's quickest at the minute, a 122.8 for Storm Stacey. Going back down on the start and finish straight, the number 23 machine. Andy Kildare away through. He's still fastest of the open class. Buster Sherman Boyd away through again. Still quickest of the 125s. But Andy Kildare 123.0. So as they are on track, Storm Stacey quickest from Andy Kildare. Buster Sherman Boyd third, fourth for Richard Pearce-Jones. Oh, Padraig Graham on the 125 Honda goes quickest out of the whole lot. A 122.3 for Padraig Graham. Storm Stacey demoted to second, but of course still second on the road. But he's first of the 350 machines. Buster Sherman Boyd second of the 125s now. Padraig Graham, he hasn't been on a bike in a long time, a race machine in a long time, and he's already shown that you never forget how to ride a bike. Steve Boone, he's third of the 350s, just in behind Richard Pearce-Jones. No. The brothers are at it. That's Cathal Graham. So Cathal Graham goes quickest. He's out on his 125 GP machine as well. 121.2. Over a second quicker than his brother. 9.43 away through. So Storm Stacey, second of the 350s now. Demoted the sixth of the road. Barry Davison fastest of the 500s. He's in the 8th there at the minute. Then we'll have Morris Hogg. Paddock Graham just pulling into the paddock there. He goes on down into the pit, or into the holding area, should I say. So maybe just some adjustments needing made on that machine. These two strokes are going to be very temperamental. They have to be set up absolutely perfectly. So Matty Davison on the move now, up in the 10th in the row, but 4th of the 125s. He's the lap record holder, don't forget. As we look unofficially then at these times, I don't think the classic 125 GP machine. Obviously the 125 Hondas that are out here at the minute, they are more modern machines. But we'll still keep a close eye on the times. Cathal Graham away through. A second quicker again there for Cathal Graham. So 120.4. Mark Kirkpatrick away through. On the road, and as they would line up, first Cathal Graham, Paddock Graham in second, third Buster Sherman Boyd, Steve Boone fourth, fifth Andy Kildare, sixth Storm Stacey, 7th Richard Pierce Jones, 8th for Jamie Lyons, 9th for Barry Davison. Jamie Lyons first time on that machine at 125.5. Oh, Barry Davison goes through, 5th fastest, but he's still fastest of the 500 machines. Storm Stacey back out on the move now. He's up into second, but he's still fastest of the 350 GP machines. That was a 121.5 that time round for Stacey. Matt Davison away through. Let's see, where does Matt slot into? 4th of the 125s at the minute. Oh, Malcolm Love pulling into the paddock. His 250 Suzuki. RJ Woolsey, he's 20th on the road at the minute, but second in the limit class. So there is the checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen. So the junior parade machines, if you can make your way to the holding area. That's the junior parade machines to the holding area. Number 77 of Jamie Lyons stays there at the minute, 9th on the road, 4th of the 350s, but we'll keep a close eye then. Paddock Graham away through. Oh, it's Cathal Graham, fastest there at the minute. Barry Davison stays there in 7th place, but fastest of the 500s, don't forget. Keith Millen, good run there for Keith Millen. It says there he's on a 350, but we'll see when he comes in. So Keith Millen 10th on the road, 5th of the 350s. Matty Davison then, he wasn't able to better his time. A wee bit of traffic there ahead of Matty, but he's still 4th of the 125s. The number 23 there, fastest man out on track at the minute, just pulling into the paddock. So it looks like it's going to be Cathal Graham. This is how they're going to line up. Cathal Graham on pole from Storm Stacey in second. Cathal first of the 125, Stacey first of the 350s. Second of the 350s lining up in third is Steve Boone. Andy Kildare first of the unlimited class in fourth. Paddock Graham then second of the 125s, lines up in fifth. 6th then for Buster Sherman Boyd, he's 3rd of the 125s. Barry Davison fastest of the 500s, but he'll line up in 7th. Richard Pace Jones 3rd of the 350s, lines up in 8th. 4th of the 350s is Jamie Lyons for his first time on that machine, will line up in 9th. 10th then for Keith Millen, 5th of the 350s. 4th of the 125s is Matty Davison, he'll line up 11th. 12th then is Reuben Sherman Boyd, he's 5th of the 125s. Mars Hogg was fastest of the classic 350 machines, and he lines up in 13th. 14th for Gareth Arnold, he's 6th of the 125. Second of the 350 classic machines is Mark Johnson, line up in 15th. 16th then Darren Duncan, he's 7th of the 125s. So the first of the classic 250 machines then, he retired into the paddock, that's Malcolm Love on the Suzuki. And your lap record holder at the minute, so he'll line up in 17th, 18th, and 6th of the GP 350 machines is Aaron Staniford. RJ Woolsey second of the unlimited class, and then we have Kane Bell. He'll line up in 20th. He's third of the 350 machines. So a big busy grid here for this one, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be looking forward to the race later on. It will be an absolute freight train of machines right round this circuit. Next up then, the junior parade laps. So the junior parade machines to the holding area, please. So the junior parade machines up next then. That will be followed by the classic superbike and 250 GP, including V-twins, for their qualifying. So if you can make your way to the holding area after the juniors go out onto the track, that would be fantastic. That's the classic superbike and the 250 GP, including the V-twins, to the holding area for your qualifying session. But the junior parade machines will be up very shortly here. We're just moving some spectators, and it's great to see so many spectators here already this weekend. They're still filtering through the gates, and hopefully they all enjoy themselves, because I know we are. We'll get to see these wonderful machines out here once again. So just a message for the competitors. Just a reminder, once the checkered flag goes out, you do your cool down lap and then come in. So once the checkered flag goes out, you do your cool down lap and come in. The Cloggerl course would like to speak to number 35 in that class. I'll not name any names, but number 35 on the 125 GP machine. Can you please make your way up to John McClure? Attention paddock, we have found a rain light around the circuit, so if anyone's missing their rain light, not that we're going to need it this weekend. I'm not mentioning the weather ever again. But somebody's rain light has been found around the circuit, and the marshals have it, so it'll eventually make its way up to the race office, and you can come and pick it up. So just a reminder for everybody in and around the circuit. We are streaming this the whole weekend live, including the chat shows on Commentary Corner. So we'll see some spectators over here. Hold on to a seat. We'll move this across. There we go. You're on commentary corner. Wave, everybody. Hey. There you go. You're famous. The lovely wee machine sitting over there, ready to go for this junior parade. Again, a few last minute checks in and around the circuit, and we'll get things up and running here very shortly. So there we go, the machines are out on the circuit now. Next up is the Classic Superbike Junior, or Classic Superbike GP 250 machines and the V-Twins for your qualifying session. If you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as possible. So that's the Classic Superbikes 250 GP machines and the V-Twins to the holding area. So the junior machines making their way towards us here now. And you'll notice there's a lot of the TZ350s. Some actually might be racing later on, but the 350s are out. 600 machines. You see how that machine, that Honda way through there was actually Derek Young's bike. The number 5. I'm pretty sure it was maybe 2006 that bike was last out at the Isle of Man TT. A huge array of machines out. A lot of 400s out too. Winston Johnson on his RD 350, smoking his way down the front straight here. So again, the Classic Superbikes and the 250 GP machines to the holding area for your qualifying session. See the Miller racing, not sure whether that's maybe Gareth Miller on that 350 there. And Patrick O'Connor has a GSXR 600. And here comes that machine. A Derek Young road. So Stephen Nugent riding that machine at Derek Young's. And we will hopefully see Derek Young tomorrow, along with his brother Graham. Graham was a real good runner as well. That's Corey McGreevy on that RG 500 Suzuki. We'll see it a wee bit better when it comes round, but it nearly looked like that was Norman Brown's machine. We'll get a better look as they come back down towards us here. Here we go again. Thundering 600s, 400s, and a 350. Peter McDonald, I think, on that. That's Gene McDonald's brother. Gene McDonald's TZ 350 Yamaha. We've seen that machine out here just a few weeks ago and at the Mid-Antrim 150. We'll parade laps to commemorate Gene. Smutty Robinson's Suzuki was out as well. Doug Young's machine again. Wee bit of a misfire. We should be seeing Corey McGreevy then again on that RG 500. Maybe, I think it was Corey. I just seen a glimpse of his leathers on the way past. Johnny Parker way through, he's on their R6 Yamaha. So just at the back of that last group, the number 3 machine, the 500 Grand Prix machine of Max Biaggi. And you'll see all these bikes in and around the paddock as well. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, just in behind us here. Whoa, McDonald near tipping the pit wall there. YZF 250 and that RD in the long side. Starting to clear itself. It's not as smoky as what it was. I since has oiled the plugs once or twice over the years. But as I was saying, just in behind us here, there's this spectacular setup of machines, King Racing. You can see the MotoGP, Ducatis, the Kevin Swans machines, the Lucky Strike Suzukis. Barry Sheen's machines as in there as well. So Stevie Nugent just pulling in on that Honda. Running a wee bit lumpy, maybe just carb setup. Just off a wee bit. But he only got that bike, he only found that machine again 2 days ago. Peter McDonald on that TZ 350. That's a G model as far as I'm aware. So again, another call for the classic Superbikes. The classic Superbikes 250 GP machines to the holding area for your qualifying session. So Mark McClanahan pulling in there, that's on his 350 Yamaha. Looking at that RG 500 again. Away through. And Johnny Parker, he's enjoying that R6 Yamaha. So the checkered flag will be going out for this session here very shortly. And the classic Superbikes and 250 GP machines are in the holding area, ready to go. And we'll get things underway for the second of the qualifying sessions here this weekend. Peter McDonald away through again, showcasing Gene's bike, Gene's TZ350 Yamaha. So again, we'll keep another eye on this 500 going through as the Miller racing machine goes past. So there's the checkered flag out for this junior parade. If the remainder of the classic superbikes and 250 GP machines, including feed twins, make their way to the holding area. One of the last machines through there. David Birtles on that YZR 500 Grand Prix machine. So that's the machines returning into the paddock. So the remainder of the classic superbikes and 250 GP machines, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So here we go then, the classic machines are out onto the track, and the 250 Grand Prix machines going with them as the green flag is being waved at the end of pit lane. So the first machines through Aaron Armstrong and Howard Selby. We had a good chat last year with Howard. He's really enjoying himself. Robin Heathcote chasing that podium again, no doubt, this year. We're looking forward to seeing what Heathcote can do. George Thompson, Barry Davis and Kyle Ride on the 250. Thomas Lawler, that's a name I haven't seen in a long time. Thomas Lawler, multiple Irish in the Ulster 250 champion. Roy Skinner, Richard Armstrong again. We will be keeping a close eye on that 250 lap record. The 250 lap record held by Kyle Ride last year, a 1:10.9. A 92.5-mile-an-hour lap for Kyle Ride. See what they can do. Bit of a wide line there. That looks like Keith Milton, isn't it? It is indeed. So Keith, but notice this actually. Keith, he does exit that last corner. Quite deep. 24 away through again. That's Howard Selby. At the minute, Aaron Armstrong is quickest here. Old Zagler machines coming down onto the start and finish straight with a few 250s mixed in there. The number 73 of Thomas Lawler. He's fastest of the 250s at the minute, although there is a lot of traffic in behind him. He's got a clear road ahead of him. Number 17 away through there, Stephen McGill. Stephen McGill on the Kawasaki, the classic superbike machine, has rebuilt that machine from the ground up. And this is its first time out on track. It's due to go over to the Manx Grand Prix. So I'm sure the dedication that he's put into that machine, you can't wait to see that out over in the island. But Cathal Graham, number 23, tops the timing screens here at the minute. Number 35 away through. Not on the screens there. But that's Padraig Graham. That's his first time out on a 250 machine again. Only finished building it. And God love him, he was a wee bit nervous this morning. He couldn't even write his name. Oh, right out the white line again for Thomas Lawler. Thomas Lawler starting to push now. He just looks over to the right hand side. What are you doing, young fella? He says. Move over. Thomas Lawler on the charge. Cathal Graham Number 23, still fastest of the 250s. Fastest of the Superbikes is Aaron Armstrong. Second of the 250s is Kyle Ride, followed by Rory Skinner. Oh, Storm Stacey starting to up the pace now. So let me see, we'll double check. 250 Kyle Ride, 110.9. So they're running at the minute 114s. 114.6 is the fastest 250 out there at the minute. The lap record is a 110.9. So they've got a brave bit to go. But a lot of these riders, it's their first time out on these machines again this year. So the likes of Cathal Graham, who's fastest at the minute. Cathal Graham hasn't rode a race bike in a year and 2 weeks from we were here at the Classic Bike Festival. And he's topping the timing screens at the minute. Number 11 going through. Rory Skinner. Rory Skinner disappearing behind the screen of that motorcycle, and he goes fastest. A 114.4 for Skinner. Cathal Graham demoted to second with a 114.6. Kyle Ride, he's third of the GP machines. A 115.8 for Kyle Ride. The times are starting to plummet. They're starting to break themselves up as Storm Stacey goes through. Storm Stacey goes quickest. A 113.9 on the 250. Aaron Armstrong still topping the Classic Superbikes with Howard Selby in second. Third of the Superbikes, Harry McAleese. Fourth of the Superbikes is Corn Smith. And we have fifth is George Halliday. Sixth for Stephen McGill. 15th. See, that's the Classic Super Sport Machines. First of the Super Sport Machines is Richard Armstrong. Second of the Super Sport Machines, Lee Osprey. And third is Ben Sorensen. Carl Clancy on the V2 machine, up into 13th at the minute, but it's still Storm Stacey. No, it's not. It's Kyle Ride who tops the time and screens. A 112.1, a second faster than Roy Skinner across the line. Storm Stacey still in that third place. Barry Davison across the line then. Barry Davison, 8th fastest. A 118.0 for Barry. And Thomas Lawler pulling into the paddock as Storm Stacey goes through again. It's faster again for Storm Stacey, but it's not good enough. Kyle Ride still topping the screens. So next machine's out then, the senior parades. If the senior parade can make their way to the holding area as quickly as possible. So that's the senior parade machines to the holding area. So it's still Kyle Ride as Thomas Lawler stays where he is there. He's in the paddock at the minute, the number 6 machine. Going through. Number 6 machine of Carl Clancy. Keith Millen then. Keith Millen across the line. Where does he slot in? 20th at the minute for Keith. Number 40, Barry Davison up in the pace now. Up into 7th on the road. A 117.7 for Barry Davison. But here comes Storm Stacey. Storm Stacey quicker again. A 111.8. We're getting closer to that lap record. So a 111.8. For Storm Stacey. Kyle Ride second, a 112.1. So that's Thomas Lawler away. Cathal Graham away through there. He's still in that 4th place, 4th fastest, just in behind Rory Skinner. Cathal Graham a 114.6. Rory Skinner a 113.2. So a wee bit of work there to do. He's 1.4 of a second off the back of Rory Skinner. But come the race, this is going to be epic. Later on, number 55 away through. Not shown on the screens there, but Aaron Armstrong still fastest of the Classic Superbike. 250 GP machine away through. Kyle Ride, Roy Skinner. In that same order. So it's still Stacey from Ride, Skinner and Graham. Thomas Lawler in 5th. Superbikes Aaron Armstrong from Hard Selby. Aaron Stanford and Stephen McGill in 4th, 5th for Harry McAleese. 6th of the 250s is Patrick Graham, a 1:20.0. So number 79, number 16, 17 is Stephen McGill away through up into 8th in the road, but 2nd of the Classic Superbikes. So McGill is on the move, 2nd fastest of the Superbikes. Here comes Corn Smith and Lee Osprey. Lee Osprey riding that Classic Super Sport machine. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that's a class that has came in this year. So the Classic Super Sport machines along with the Classic Superbikes. So the checkered flag is being flown for this class. Next up then, the Senior Parade machines. If you can make your way to the holding area. So the Senior Parade machines to the holding area for your parade lap. Kyle Ride across the line, goes quickest on that last lap. So Kyle Ride, that was a 1:10.3 for Kyle Ride. So that's an unofficial lap record there in qualifying. He's really on a charge. Number 79 away through Storm Stacey. He stays where he is. Barry Davison, 10th at the minute. We wait for Cathal Graham. See what Cathal Graham can do here. He comes in, chin on the tank. He looks behind him, across the line. Oh, Cathal stays where he is in that 4th. Stephen McGill. So Stephen McGill has to settle for 2nd. So the 250 GP machines, Kyle Ride fastest with a 1:10.3 and an unofficial lap record of 93.3 mile an hour lap. Storm Stacey in 2nd with a 1:11.3. He's nearly a 2nd slower than Kyle Ride. Rory Skinner in 3rd, a 1:13.2. Then we have Cathal Graham in 4th with a 1:14.0. 5th of the 250s then. We'll look down the screen as Thomas Lawler. So Thomas Lawler will line up 6th in the road. Classic Superbikes then, Aaron Armstrong fastest, a 1:16.0 from Stephen McGill. What a last couple of laps there from McGill. A 1:16.9, he'll line up 2nd of the Superbikes. Aaron Stanford, 3rd fastest of the Superbikes with a 1:17.0. 4th was Hard Selby. Harry McAleese 5th. 6th, Corn Smith. Fastest of the Classic Super Sport machines. We'll have a look. We just can't see the Classic Super Sport machines. That's Richard Armstrong, apologies. Followed by Lee Osprey in 2nd. And 3rd, Ben Sorensen. So just here and there's been a sprocket nut has been found at turn 2. So if you can look at your machines, please have a wee nosy to see if you are missing your nuts. So next up then, the Senior Parade machines usually be up next, and you'll be out on track very shortly. That's the senior machines. A few senior machines still filtering out onto the track. So this is where we're going to see the 750s, the 1000s, the 500s. And Alan Finnegan on the Tigraph. 690 Tigraph. Another machine that I haven't heard in a long time. Billy McKinstry ran the Tigraph. 650 machines, if you remember, with Ivan Linton. At the likes of Scarborough over in Oliver's Mount, over in the Isle of Man. So next up, ladies and gentlemen, the Super Sport Next Generation Super Sport machines to the holding area for your qualifying session. So we'll head down towards the pit wall once again. And we'll get a good listen to these machines as we go past. Now, a few of the machines I know that aren't out on the track. Still getting them ready. They're saving them for later on. And saving them for a good blast on Sunday. Again, that RG 500. And the Barry Sheen replica. So Ross Crimble away through. He's on that TZ 750. TZ 750 Yamaha. Jeff McMullen pulling into the paddock. On his RG 500 Suzuki. Oh, lovely sounding thing. That's Clifford Stewart. So Clifford Stewart on his TZ 750 Yamaha. Archie out there as well. So Adrian Archibald back out for another scalp this year. It was great to see him on that bike last year. Adrian Archibald, he had a spin on that Ducati, the MotoGP machine here, just in behind us. You can have a wee look at it. And he said the thing was an absolute monster. And he's riding through. He says he was riding that machine, that MotoGP Ducati, around, and he says it was an absolute rocket until he realised he was only giving it half throttle. When he opened it up, he says it near pulled the arms out of him, but he really enjoyed riding it. The whole gang of machines coming through. Crimble away through there again. That's the number 7 of Chris Riches. On the XR14, the RG 500 Suzuki. So again, another call for the Super Sport Next Generation machines to the holding area. So the Super Sport Next Generation machines to the holding area. Whoa, big way line there from Archie. He's on that relentless Suzuki. He previously rode relentless Suzuki, remember. And it'll come straight back with him. That's Gordon Anderson away through on the Tyco BMW, trying to keep the front end down on that 200 plus horsepower machine. That's Philip McCallan's Honda away through. City Racing. That's Alan Proctor on the 916. Alan just pulling into the paddock. Switches off that 916 and pulls it back in. Here comes that lovely RG500 Suzuki again. RG's really on a charge now. Moves over to the left hand side of the road into turn one. Hayden Archibald previously enrolled into the Hall of Fame at the Irish Bike Awards. And it was a very long time from we seen him. And we're just easing him in slowly into the bikes, hopefully, as Paul Gartland away through. So he's riding the Ernie Coates Track Day R1 Yamaha. Of course, the Track Day is Ernie Coates putting him through. That Honda's coming awfully close to the pit wall here. Number 16 away through there. Keith Miller. Says it's on an RC30. I'll have to have another look at it when it comes through. Number 13, Mark Fenton. So Mark Fenton, he's riding that YZF 750 belonging to Corn Smith. We've seen that out in the Classic Superbike qualifying earlier on. And we'll see it out again in the racing. 55 way through. Paul Waddell on the GSXR 1000. Chris Richards, that Suzuki, that RG500 sounds mint. Oh, off the peg there. The instructor just letting them machines past. And he's pushing on pretty hard as well. We'll get another call for the Super Sport Next Generation machines to the holding area, please. As quickly as you can. That's City Racing Honda. Starting to get the elbows out. So just a reminder for all the riders here, these are parade laps. You can still go fast and enjoy yourselves without getting yourselves into a race. We'll wait for this RG500. Here comes Archie. He's starting to pace himself a wee bit now. He gets tucked in behind the screen. The Ducati and the bowling coming through there. Number 31 and just ahead of that R1 Yamaha and the TZ 750 Yamaha. A face full of grass there. Coming through. Number 55. Again, Paul Waddell on that lovely Suzuki. The Suzuki were really the bike to have. Even Chris Richards, the RG500, they were the machine to have. The Suzuki from 2000 on, really. They're a really good bike. Remember, again, that Relentless. We had the Taz Suzuki. And the Relentless Suzuki. That machine previously raced by our very own Philip McCallum. Really getting his neck wrung out here today at Bishop's Court. Pushing hard already. It's usually the Sunday that they start to push. But they've well and truly blew the cobwebs off. Archie, the wee wheelie across the line. So a checkered flag being readied here for the senior parade. So the checkered flag is being flown So the senior or the Super Sport 600 next generation machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can for your qualifying session. These machines will be coming back into the paddock here very shortly. So we can see a handful of machines in the holding area. Never making their way out on track very shortly, but we see Margaret Patterson waving that flag. Lovely big wheelie from that BMW we were talking about earlier, that Tyco BM. Ross Crimble all across the line now. So again, last call as Steve Parrish pulls in. So Parrish riding that Barry Sheehan RG 500, sounds lovely out there. So last call for the Super Sport 600 machines to the holding area. So just a reminder, please, ladies and gentlemen, strictly no riding in the paddock, no push bikes, no scooters, no motorbikes. Please, no riding in the paddock. And that's even to the holding area or when you're coming back off the track. Absolutely no riding in the paddock, please, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely no riding in the paddock, please, ladies and So the Super Sport Next Generation machines are being ready to go out on the track. The green flag is being waved, and the first of the machines are on the circuit now. So Super Sport lap record then. Tom Booth Amos holds that back in 2003 at 107.0. So we'll keep a close eye on that. With these next generation machines, of course, you've got the new Ducatis, you've got the R9s, the Triumph. We'll keep a close eye to see if that lap record is even anywhere near breaking today, even during qualifying. We already had an unofficial lap record broken in the 250s. Kyle Wright really on a charge. The closing laps of qualifying. Bit of competition for him this year. There's probably 5 of them that'll be pushing for the win. The first machine's coming back down towards us already. That's Adam Brown. So Adam Brown got his team with him this weekend, as far as I know. We're going to be nosy down the paddock later on. Maybe get a wee interview with him, and we'll see how his story's unfolding this year. So Rob McCauley away through, Jeremy McWilliams, Ocean Maher, Harry Truelove, Lucas Brown, William Donnelly, Keelan Smith, Richard Cooper, Mike Brown. 2 teammates this weekend. Number 18, that is Nicky Burns on that 750 Suzuki. Again, new machinery this year for Nicky. Still getting the hang of it. Paul Prancing with the head down. With Ross Martin in behind him. It's been a great season so far for Ross Martin on that Ducati, that V2 Ducati. So he's had some real good, strong results. Wow, already. So Adam Brown, he is on a charge. And he has nobody in or around him here at the minute. So he's got a good chance of a clear road, a good chance of a top qualifying position here. But it's these riders that are in behind. We'll have to keep a close eye on Rob McCauley, Mick Williams, Lucas Brown, good lap there, 112.5. He's in that group. Here comes Cooper. Richard Cooper, Mike Brown is just at the tail end of that group there, and he goes second fastest. But it's Adam Brown who's fastest at the minute. So Marshall Neal. Again, great to see Marshall Neal. Seen him this morning in the Settle Leathers, and I thought this is going to be good racing. So Marshall Neal, he's 4th fastest at the minute. That's Adam Carey all the way through. Alex O'Grady, Ruben Sherman Boyd, Jimmy Dixon, and Keelan Smith. Here comes Adam Brown again, just stepping up, sitting up that R6 Yamaha. Slightly slower that time from Adam Brown, 300th of a second. We've got a mixture of pre-injection machines out here. Oh, Storm Stacey. That's not so. It is indeed. Storm Stacey. That back end, that Yamaha just moving about underneath him as he gets the power down. He goes 3rd fastest at the minute. He's just tucked in behind Mike Brown, but fastest is Adam Brown at 109.3. Mike Brown in second at 109.7. Storm Stacey in third at 110.5. Richard Cooper in fourth with 110.5. Carl Phillips in fifth at 110.7. Absolutely nothing in it at the top half of the screens here. Ross Martin starting to make the move now, the number 100 machine on that V2 Ducati. He's up into 14th place, and he's got a clear road now. He can work out what he needs to do. He'll be keeping a close eye on his pit board. Lucas Brown in 6th at 111.7. Rob McCauley in 7th with the 111.9. Jeremy McWilliams in 8th with a 112.0. Adam Brown coming into the pits here. And a bit of a panic looks of it to get some changes made to that R6 Yamaha. We'll see where is Harry Truelove. So Harry Truelove just across the line, up into 7th place. So Harry Truelove on the move. Another man on the move is Mike Brown. Mike Brown goes fastest. Takes Adam Brown. Mike Brown a 109.3. Adam Brown a 109.3. No relation between these pair, but they're two very fast men indeed. Marshall Neal away through. He's demoted to 11th here at the minute, where they sort themselves out here during this qualifying session. Alex O'Grady just across the line. He goes up into 14th place. Well, he was 14th and demoted. Ross Martin up into 13th now as he crosses line. Reuben Sherman Boyd on that Honda. He's bringing Jack Caldwell with him. So Jack Caldwell now up into 15th. He's in that group. Reuben Sherman Boyd leading ahead of that group at the minute. But they all seem that wee bit quicker. So Mike Brown quickest then. We'll keep an eye on Storm Stacey. He's got ahead of that group now, so he's got a clear road. This lap may not be quicker, but the next one certainly will be. Storm Stacey is slightly quicker that time. He's up into 2nd place, demoting Adam Brown into 3rd, but he's looking at pole position. Richard Cooper annihilates them here, up into pole position, fast as a 108.9. And Mike Brown, he's up the pace as well, but he's still 0.2 of a second off the back of Richard Cooper. Here comes McLaughlin across the line then. William Donnelly, 20th at the minute. Marshall Neal still in that 11th. Remember, first time out from Marshall from last year. And here comes Ross Martin then. A 112.8 there for Ross. Reuben Sherman Boyd bringing Jack Caldwell and Simon McCullough. So Jack Caldwell up into 12th, Simon McCullough 13th. Reuben Sherman Boyd at the minute is 15th with 112.7. So Richard Cooper across the line again, slower. He's in that big group of machines there as they go bellowing down into turn 1. Oh no, behaved himself for the meantime. So Brown, Adam Brown back out again. He's 5th at the minute. So he's made a few changes here. So still Richard Cooper fastest, a 108.9. Mike Brown a 109.0. Up in the pace, Carl Phillips up into 3rd, just ahead of Storm Stacey, a 109.0. Nothing in it between the three of them at the front. A 109.3 for Storm Stacey in that 4th place. Adam Brown in 5th, a 109.3. Storm Stacey still pushing hard, still trying to get the power down. Oh, the back end of that R6 just moving about, chasing that Parker racing machine of Lucas Brown. Storm Stacey way through. A 110.3 for Storm Stacey. Richard Cooper, Mike Brown, Carl Phillips all the way through there. Richard Cooper a 111 that time round. So slower for all three of them there. A wee bit of traffic. Got a wee bit of work to do. So next up then, qualifying for the sidecar machines, if you can make your way to the holding area. So the sidecar machines up next. Pulling in the paddock, the number 9 machine of Marshall Neal. That's on the Russell Racing BPE Yamaha. Burns pulling into the paddock as well on the Suzuki. So it's still, as they were, Richard Cooper fastest from Mike Brown, Carl Phillips in 3rd, Storm Stacey in 4th, Adam Brown in 5th, Lucas Brown in 6th, Ocean Maher, Lucas Brown away across the line, Storm Stacey again, not able to better his time. He's just struggling to get into the rhythm. Struggling to get into the rhythm of this qualifying session. Here comes Adam Brown again. Oh, just cuts the front there. Machine in front, but across the line. A 109.5 compared to his best, a 109.3. So Donnelly across the line there on that R6 Yamaha as the checkered flag is being waved for this session. So qualifying up next for the sidecar machines as Ruben Sherman Boyd crosses line. He's 13th at the minute. So again qualifying for the sidecar machines. Alexander Rowan is using a wee bit of the white line there on that last lap. He's 20th on the McKillop racing machine. Here comes Storm Stacey. Stays where he is. Back down the 109s. So they're all slower this time, but it's going to be Richard Cooper on pole, a 108.9. Mike Brown in second with a 109.0. Carl Phillips will line up in third, a 109.0. Storm Stacey fourth, a 109.3. Adam Brown settling for that fifth, a 109.3. Nothing in it here, folks. Lucas Brown in sixth, a 109.9. Ocean Maher in seventh with a 110.8. Jeremy McWilliams in eighth, a 110.9. We have Rob McCauley ninth, a 110.9. Harry Truelove in 10th with a 110.9. Marshall Neal 11th, a 112.1. And Nicky Burns getting another lap out there. Jack Cadwell in 12th, a 112.1. Ruben Sherman Boyd 13th with a 112.3. Then we have Simon McCulloch in 14th, a 112.4. James Tracy in 15th. 16th, Ross Martin. Adam Carey in 17th. 18th, Alex O'Grady. Andrew Wardy in 19th. And your top 20, Alexander Rowan, the number 65 machine. So sidecar machines are getting themselves ready. They will exit at the bottom of the pit lane there, and they'll be out on track very shortly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone else is needing to sign on for the parades, can you please do so before 12 o'clock? So the race office will be shutting their doors at 12 o'clock. So if you need to sign on, please do so before that time. We say cars out on circuit then. And here come the Crow brothers, Ryan and Callum Crow. Derek Lynch, Ando McDonald, Dylan Lynch, and Killian Rogers away through. Billy Newton and Fran Newton and Scooby Clark and Simon Meathan. Tony Wilson, Ian Harron. So we'll look at that's number 77 away through. So we'll look at Jeff Hickey. That's number 77 away through. Try and sort some paperwork out here. So sidecar qualifying out now. Next up is the lightweight parades back round again. If you can make yourself available in the holding area, that would be fantastic. So the Crow brothers again slipping and sliding their way out onto the start and finish. A 1:17.9 there for Ryan and Callum Crow. And the two Lynches, Dylan Lynch, Killian Rogers second, third, Derek Lynch, Ando McDonald, Billy Newton away through. Again, Scooby Clark, Scooby, we've missed him here at the Ulster Superbike Championships. He's been, I don't think he was well there, a couple of operations and whatnot, but he's back at it, and it was good to see him here a couple of weeks ago, the Mid-Antrim 150 event here at Bishop's Court. So this will be the first race back for the Crow brothers after their monumental crash at the Isle of Man TT. went out the man under 150. Oh, using a bit of the road. And a wee bit more. Faster again there. Ryan and Callum. A 1:17.4. Here, Dylan and Killian. They're still tucked in there. Dylan and Killian a 1:18.2. Derek and Anto a 1:18.5. So they're two of them chopping and changing across the line. The teammates. And they were also at the minute under 150 last weekend for the parade laps of the sidecars. Along with Billy and Dara just across the line, but they seemed to really enjoy it. So the Crow brothers thought, oh, we'll go limit on to 150. We'll shake the cobwebs off. We'll see what we feel like after that crash at the TT. And I had a word with Ryan and Callum last night in the chat show. Don't forget the chat show later on tonight, ladies and gentlemen. 6:30 on stage. And again, streaming it live on Commentary Corner. And the links are on Classic Bike Festival social media, along with our own social media. So you get tuned into that and be there. So at the marquee, just behind us on the stage, we'll have another word. But I was talking to Ryan and Callum. I thought Callum was missing there. I couldn't even see him. He's in the passenger seat, well tucked in behind. But he was saying that after the crash, it just felt like a dream. And Ryan walked over to Callum. Callum was on the side of the road. And Ryan walked over and he says, "Don't worry, Callum, it's only a dream. It's just a dream. Don't worry." And Callum was like, "What are you talking about?" I thought it was the ketamine maybe kicking in, but he says the push that hard and the things usually are planted. He couldn't believe that anything like that would ever happen to him. So his brain convinced himself that it was only a dream. But they're back at it this weekend, and they're out here, and they're fastest at the minute. So Ryan and Callum, a 1:17.3, but Dylan and Killian in behind in second place, a 1:17.7. So they've started to pull away from Derek and Anto just in behind. So Anto McDonald and Derek Lynch. Anto in the passenger seat. And that's Ryan Deneen away through. Ryan and Calvin, they're in 12th place at the minute. Eugene Kettle and Philip Gracie starting to push now the number 21 machine. Scobie Clark and Simon Mason up in the 10th place now. Here's the number 46 machine. Oh, Dylan Lynch, Killian Rogers go fastest. A 1:16.6 over Ryan and Callum Crowe. So they're demoted to second place. This bodes well for the racing later on, ladies and gentlemen. Number 114 away through there. Wayne Lockie. Pushing hard. Way through there, clutch issues there for someone. So Wayne Lockie and Ben Binns at the minute they're fourth. I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Jeff Hickey, Trevor Black, Ben Binns. I think Ben Binns possibly passengered for Ryan and Callum's father. Back in the day. So I'll just confirm that. But I think it was Ben that passengered for Ryan and Callum's dad. And here we go, back out on the start and finish. Wayne Lockie, Ben Binns away through. Stay where they are, but they're slightly quicker. A 1:21.3. Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers still fastest with a 1:16.6. 1:16.605. Ryan and Callum Crowe 1:16.652. So nothing in it between them pair. And again, the racing, sidecar racing is going to be great later on today and tomorrow. There's something getting warmed up, something monstrous getting warmed up in the background here. It's that Ducati of the King Racing team. Getting warmed up in the background, but Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers still quick as there's the Crows. Slightly slower that time from the Crows. See Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. They're 6th at the minute. Here comes number 45 machine of Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald. That's Eugene Kettle and Philip Gracie away through. So at the minute, Dylan Lynch, Killian Rogers on top from Ran and Callum Crowe. Derek Lynch, Anto McDonald in 3rd. 4th, Wayne Lockie and Ben Binns. Tony Willis and Ian Harn are 5th at the minute. 6th is Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. Darren Hope, Darren Hope and Lenny Bumfrey. So Lenny Bumfrey 7th at the minute. Fran Newton, Abby Rogers in 8th, 9th, Scobie Clock and Simon Meathan. So here we go then, checkered flag is being ready for this one. So the lightweight parade machines, the few of them are in the paddock now, in the holding area, ready to go. But if the remainder of you please make your way towards that direction for your parade laps. Here comes Newton, but Callum and Ryan Crowe in behind. Oh, they don't better their time. They're slower that time, so they're going to be staying in that 2nd place. Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers, that's Jeff Knight.
Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers, that's Jeff Knight.
So, Scobie Clock. Where does Scobie slot in? He's still there. He's up in the 9th there at the minute, but can he better his time? 1-1-4. Away through, that's Wayne Lockie and Ben Binns. So a few of the machines have retired in and around the circuit, but they'll be coming in the paddock. But it's Dylan and Killian Rogers going to be on pole from Ryan Crowe and Callum Crowe. Derek Lynch and Andrew McDonald in 3rd. Then we'll have Wayne Lockie and Ben Binns 4th. 5th, Tony Willis and Ian Harn. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash will line up in 6th. 7th for Darren Hope and Lenny. Fran Newton in 8th. Abby Rogers, they both line up in 8th place. 9th, Scobie Clock and Simon Meathan. 10th for Philly Newton. So Philly and Dara line up in 10th. 11, Eugene and Phil. Randonine and Calvin in 12th. 13th for Jeff Hickey and Trevor Black. So the machines will be coming back into the paddock here. And the lightweight machines will be out on track very soon. So if the remainder of the lightweight parade machines can make their way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. So that's the lightweight parade machines out on circuit now. Next up is the open invitation qualifying. The big bikes, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. So Superbike qualifying to the holding area as quickly as you can.
It's like it's permanently on.
The lightweight parade machines now out on the circuit. Next up, the Superbikes, the open invitation race. You can make your way to the holding area. Again, TZs, a lot of TZ 250s out in this one. As a wee reverse cylinder 250. I think that was Keith Milne away through. The 125 Hondas, Aprilia's in there as well. And the Joy Dunlop replica, the Gemini machine. And that Honda 4 back out, along with a TZR in behind.
And that Honda 4 back out, along with a TZR in behind.
So some of these 250s, we'll see them out in the 250 race later on as well. A couple being paraded throughout the weekend. That's the 250, the TZ 250 Yamaha. A couple of road bikes out here as well. So again, these TZs were a lot easier, a bit temperamental, but they were a lot easier to work on than the Hondas were. But there's that Gemini, that 250 Honda Joys, the 125s out there as well. Oh, we've got an issue for one of the 250 Honda way through there. He's just looking down the left hand side of that machine, making sure everything's okay. And just for a reminder of anyone out in the parade, please make sure you get a good look at your machine. Make sure there's no oil or anything dripping, even weeping from it, because we don't want that going out onto the track. So just before you go out on your bikes, just double check, have a good look to make sure there's no leaks. Number 27 away through there, Stephen Lennon. RS125, the NX4 of Neil Smith, way through. And of course we got the Mako, the RS176. I haven't seen it out there just yet. few numbers mixed up in the programs. You see, Desmond Cray, don't know. He says he's riding the RS 250. Barry Davison there. So Barry Davison getting some extra laps in. That's the Cleaver Brown 125 Honda. So Cleaver Brown, he's sponsored many races over the years. Well, he's got a few 250s. Sean Anderson previously riding for Cleaver Brown. His 250 Honda. That NSR 250. It's a road going machine. Still a gorgeous bike. And it looks lovely in that livery. So that reverse cylinder belonging to Keith Millen. I don't think that's Keith on it. But that's that reverse cylinder 250 Yamaha. A few bikes just looking at extra gears there. So just another call for the open class to the holding area, please. That's the open class, the superbike machines to the holding area. That's that Ernie Coates track day R1 Yamaha getting his legs stretched this time. 7 away through there. And I think I seen Johnny Parker out there again on that wee 400, that Parker Transport Racing Machine. Whoa, had to go out to the white line. It was the number, was it 3B, Dennis Clancy, in the TZ 250 Yamaha. Just tipping that white line to get through. Again, that be 250. Storm Stacey riding that TZ 350 he had in qualifying. Qualifying fastest, but it's still a few issues on that there. Mark Hanna pulling in that TSR 250 Honda. We're looking through, and it's Cahill Graham. I think Cahill Graham's riding that Gemini, that Joey Dunlop replica. The 250 Honda. Down passes and trying to look at the numbers on the bikes and the numbers on the program, and they do not match. A couple of them there, Ian Lodge away through. That's the last bike away passes there. That wee 125 Honda. So the numbers on the bikes and the numbers in the program don't match. So we'll try and keep them up as best we can. And that is Johnny Parker, the Parker Racing Transport. Oh! Popping and banging out past us. I said to him last time here at Bishop's Court, it's very much like a popcorn limiter you would get in an old diesel Volkswagen or something. He just needs his rigger boots on and a checkered shirt. But he's popping and banging down passes. That Elf Racing Machine looks lovely. Cahill Graham away through there again. Storm Stacey coming in. And he's pulling into the paddock. Gareth Arnold away through there on the wee 125, getting tucked in behind. Right edge of a machine, that. Late 80s. That wee 125. So the checker flag being readied for this one. If the remainder of the Superbike machines could make their way to the holding area, please. So the remainder of the Superbikes make their way to the holding area as quickly as possible. And that's not easy done. A big wheelie right the whole way down the front straight on a Moto 3 machine. That takes a bit of balancing to do.
On a Moto 3 machine.
And they're 11 away through. Desi McRae on his 250 Honda. Simon Skillen away through. That was an RC 162 Honda. Cahill Graham on that Gemini machine. It's going to feel something different jumping off that onto his more modern 250 Honda. Different suspension setup, different springs, different chassis. On the way through again, looking behind and wondering where that R1 Yamaha's went it. So again, last call for Superbikes, the open invitation to the holding area as the machines start to make their way back into the paddock. And the Superbikes will be on track very shortly.
can't get down.
So the Superbikes have made their way back round here. Adam Brown out again. Tipping in through turn one. Couple of transponders not registered in there. That's Ocean Maher. On the Honda, Johnny Allen. And Johnny Campbell. Johnny Allen. He's riding the Neil Kernahan racing machine. Andy Wardy, Harry Truelove, Richard Cooper, Carl Phillips all out there. We'll be keeping a real close eye on Carl Phillips this weekend. We expect him to be up at the front of some hot competition. Mark Conlon way through on the SBT Ireland Ducati. Nicky Burns back out on his Suzuki. Jamie Lyons. First time out in the TZ 350 this weekend for Jamie Lyons. And I think their Superbike is going to feel slightly quicker this time around. Oh, that was Parker racing. That was Lucas Brown. Lucas Brown nearly up the slip road there. A couple of 250s out here with us as well. Adam Brown across the line then. Oh, that's Ocean Maher. Getting chased by Johnny Campbell and Johnny Allen. Good lap time there for Johnny Allen, a 1:12.7. Getting a good toe with Johnny Campbell. Ducati Carl Phillips away through there. I'm not sure, but it looked like Carl Phillips was on Ducati, the V2 Supersport machine. Interesting move for Carl against these Superbikes. Jack Caldwell away through on the Kawasaki. Keelan Smith and Alexander Rowan. But Johnny Campbell fastest at the minute. A 1:07.7. Adam Brown a 1:09.2. Jamie Lyons a 1:09.7 in third. Whoa, Storm Stacey. Storm Stacey, where does he slot into? Third at the minute for Storm. He's on the R6 Yamaha, don't forget. Oh, somebody needing to change the gear maybe. Just tip on the limiter in sixth gear, turning into turn one. Number 74 machine away through. It is the Ducati that Carl Phillips is riding. Here comes, let us see, Mike Brown. Mike Brown slots into sixth here at the minute. Oh, Jamie Lyons starting to cut his way through. That looked like Marshall Neal, it was indeed. So Marshall Neal's 13th. Jack Caldwell along with Nicky Burns on the Suzuki. Here comes Storm Stacey following the white line. Lucas Brown just in behind him in the Transport Racing. The Parker Transport Racing machine, the number 29 bike. He's in sixth at the minute, just ahead of Mike Brown in seventh, but it's still this man across the line faster again for Johnny Campbell, a 1:06.9. Jamie Lyons in second, a 1:08.5, just over a second and a half slower than Johnny Campbell. Carl Phillips, a big long look over his left hand shoulder. He slots into fifth on that Ducati. And the two teammates, Cooper and Brown, away through. Richard Cooper goes third fastest. A 1:08.6 for Richard Cooper. Stephen McGill, he's out on his big Aprilia again. We've seen Stephen McGill on that classic superbike earlier on today during qualifying, and he's back out on his own Aprilia, like an old slipper. Johnny Campbell miles ahead from everyone else at the minute. So the wee 250 there, that's Kyle Ride. He's 10th at the minute on the 250. A 1:09.9 for Kyle Ride. Wow. And just a reminder for the 250 lap record set last year. It was a 1:10.9. So he's a second faster than his own lap record here in qualifying. So he's going to annihilate it later. Carl Phillips setting up across the line. He's currently in 7th place at the minute. That's last year's Ulster Superbike champion. Johnny Campbell coming in. Pit lane limiter barking in the background. Johnny Campbell in the pit lane making some adjustments. He's up in 14th now. Just behind Harry Truelove. Storm Stacey away through again, up into second place now for Storm Stacey, a 1:08.3. See Lucas Brown and Aaron Armstrong away through. Lucas Brown in 8th, Adam Brown in 6th at the minute. There's still a wee bit of work to do there for Adam Brown. Ocean Maher, by the looks of it, coming down back down towards us. It is indeed. The Ducati of Carl Phillips. Number 44 machine away through, I think that was. Harry Truelove was indeed. And if you notice, Carl Phillips, Jamie Lyons pushing, and it's showing he's up into second fastest now for Jamie Lyons. Marshall Neal away through. Carl Phillips. If you notice his helmet, change of helmet design this year at the Northwest 200 for Carl Phillips, and he's stuck with it the rest of the season. So that's a Gary Jess replica. Getting hands on, it's great to see the team. Gary Jess previously rode for Brian Hull. Brian and Wendy Hull here now with the Bell Bike Sport BMW racing team. Campbell still on top, a 1:06.9. Jamie Lyons a 1:08.1. Richard Cooper in 3rd, a 1:08.2. Storm Stacey in 4th with a 1:08.3. Mike Brown in 5th, a 1:08.9. So next up then, the junior parade machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, that's the junior parade machines. To the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. Here comes Jamie Lyons again. Slightly slower, a lot slower that time. That was a 1:10.8 compared to his best of 1:08.1. Another one in the SBT Ireland. Ducati's coming in. Mark Conlon. Machine jacked over. Number 5 machine going through there. It's looking not showing up in the screen. So there's 2 number 5s. Ocean Maher. I'm not sure who that other Fireblade belongs to. As Aaron Armstrong goes through, he holds on to that 9th place at the minute, a 1:09.4 for Aaron Armstrong.
Aaron Armstrong goes through, he holds on to that 9th place at the minute, a 1:09.
Pushing that machine up into 5th again for Carl Phillips. Mike Brown demoted back down to 6th, a 1:08.9. Lovely sound in them Moto 2 machines. With a Triumph engine, of course. Oh, Jimmy Lyons. This is going to be a good one from Lyons. Oh, slower again there, a 1:13.7 for Lyons. So again, the junior parade machines, if you can make your way to the holding area. So the checker flag goes out. Graham McAleese on the McKillop racing machine. Marshall Neal plays back into the paddock. And Russell Racing R6 Yamaha. Here's Kyle Ride on the 250. Kyle Ride holds on to that 10th place. Johnny Campbell cruises across the line then. Marshall Neal into the paddock currently 14th. 1:10.6 that time for Marshall Neal. Tipped away out of 10. Here comes that Moto 2 machine again. Oh no, that was the R9 away through. So the R9 Yamaha still in testing stages. Jimmy Lands taking checker flag. Jimmy Lands was quicker again on that lap, a 1:07.8. Still holding on to that second place, but wait for Richard Cooper to see what he can do. He didn't get another lap there, so they're coming into the paddock. A few machines retired from that qualifying session, but Johnny Campbell will be on pole, a 1:06.9. Jimmy Lands in second with a 1:07.8. Richard Kerr. It was Richard Kerr on the blade then, 2 number 5s in this class. So Ocean Maher, the second number 5 machine. He's in 15th at the minute, but it's Richard Kerr who will line up in 3rd. 4th, Richard Cooper. 5th for Storm Stacey. 6th, Carl Phillips. 7th for Mike Brown. Lucas Brown in 8th. 9th for Adam Brown. 10th, Aaron Armstrong. Kyle Ride will line up in 11th on that V250 Yamaha. Andrew Wardy 12th. 13th for Jack Wardy. Harry Trulove in 14th. 15th, Ocean Maher. Marshall Neal 16th. 17th for Jack Caldwell. Rory Skinner in 18th. 19th for Johnny Allen. And Mark Conlon rounds out the top 20. So the junior parade machine's up next. You can see some of them already in the holding area. So if the remainder of you please make your way to the holding area for your next session. So the junior parade machines in the holding area. We're just waiting for a few spectators to get across. Monster Energy are here with their truck. But the best truck entering the paddock right now, carrying all the kegs of beer. Just park that here, mate. Just park that over here. And don't forget, folks, tonight, aiming for 6:30, chat show at the marquee. You can see the stage there all lit up. We had a good chat show. We had a good wind-up session last night with the lads. So So same tonight again, 6:30. And don't forget, plenty of food and drink and plenty of crack to be had later on. But a few races to go before that, and a few demo and parade laps. So we have the junior parades up next. That'll be followed by the classic karts demo laps, and then the Philip McCallan invitation parades. And don't forget to finish up on the grid for photographs and whatnot. That's for the McCallan invitation parade laps just before we pause for lunch. Again with the junior machines, the 600s. Look, the last time out here there was a 500 and RG 500 out to play in this session. So the classic kart parade, the machines will be up next. Some interesting entries for this year. It'll be interesting to see them going around here. There'll be some 250s, 125s and that, no doubt. So again, I think Paul Garland there on that Ernie Coates track day machine. Number number 54 away through. John McKay. He's on the Suzuki, that wee RD. It's not as smoky as what it was in the last session. Again, Kieran Birmingham on that city racing machine. That's Peter McDonald. Again, Eugene's brother, Eugene McDonald. We've been commemorating him over the past few weeks with his machine being out on track, which is great to see. 26 away through there is Jim Lay. O'Shea Weldon through the say, but I think it was maybe Mark Connolly on the Norton. So the 500 Norton out on track. Mark McClanahan on the TZ350 Yamaha. Maybe see Mark out in the TZ750 as well. Paddy McColgan's Ducati out there. The 888. Ian McPhee on the PFR 400. David Horgan on his FZR 400RR that he used to race. Here comes a city racing bike. Kieran Birmingham, that's CBR 600. I think it's Philip McCollum machine. It could be a replica, but we'll have a word with him later. And we'll hopefully see Philip McCollum out on the McCollum Invitation Parade laps just before lunch. But before that, the carts will be out to play. I was talking to a gentleman earlier and he said, well, I just hope they'll all finish. Because it can be, they're very temperamental. Everything's a bit temperamental in and around the Classic Bike Festival. Oh, an RG 500 away through. Just didn't see who was on that there. Winston Johnson on the YPV SRD 350. Bowing down towards us again, that's Guy Martin's. Guy Martin, the Taiko Suzuki. Number 81 there away through it, Damien Horgan again. Whoa, right out to the white line. Getting plenty of racecraft in for later on. Johnny Parker out on that R6 Yamaha once again. 33. Ross Crimble. And that's Peter McDonald again. Leslie McMaster. Great to see Leslie McMaster here again on his original leathers. He got beginning of the year, had a wee motorbike show at the beginning of the year. So that's Mark Murphy. A wee wave to Paddy, he's riding that Ducati, the 888. So Mark Murphy, Mark Farmer being his uncle, previously riding that machine. So that's why he wanted a wee spin, and it was great. Paddy McColgan bringing it down for him. So it worked out well, Paddy. Peter McDonald again through there. With Paul Garland there. Looking a wee interview, but I think we'll speak to him later on. The Gartland on the R1. Number 7 away through there. Dave Broderick. The RVF 400. So again, the carts will be coming up next as the chop and change. Chop and changing down the front straight here, cutting the nose off each other. McClanahan away through. And number 26B, Mark Connolly, that's at Norton. Thundering past. And there's Murphy. Murphy away through on that machine. And his uncle rode the 888 Ducati. Here comes Birmingham again. On the City Honda. So checker flag out then. And the carts will be going out next. As far as I'm aware, I haven't heard any change. And then that will be followed by the McCallan Parade, the invitation parade for Philip McCallan. Hopefully Philip will be out himself. He was saying last night that he didn't have his leathers with him, but I think that was a wee bit of an excuse. He's always sandbagging, Philip McCallan, and I'm sure he'll be out. So we'll get up here, we'll have a wee nosy to see what or who's about. So the junior machines back into the paddock now. Next up, the classic demo laps for the carts. So the classic carts will be out on track here very soon. I'm not sure whether they're going out through the holding area or not. But they're going out on track very shortly. So just here and there, the carts are ready to go, and they're exiting onto the holding area. They're using the same as what the side cars do at the end of pit lane. See Philip McCallan, he was sandbagging, so He does have his leathers with him. And why did you want everyone to believe you weren't going out?
There's so much work to do here, as you know, and there's lots to do, and I didn't want to say I was going to go out and not get out by any chance, but look, Alistair Russell has had these ladders and this helmet and all in his truck for a year now, since last year's Manx, and so that was the little reserve, and just in case I couldn't squeeze into these. They are a little bit tight, I admit, but they are the original ones, so I'm doing well to get in them. I had a reserve set in the van just in case of slightly bigger ones, but it's absolutely great to be going out. I mean, it's the McCallan invitation, so if I'm not something.
And what are you going to be riding?
CBR, I'm not sure which one it was. I think it's a 95 or 96 TT winning 600.
Is that the one that was just out there with Birmingham on it?
I wasn't sure who's on it or not, but yeah, that's the one. It is the original 95, 96 TT Northwest.
Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing you out. Glad to see you in your leather, shoehorned and all, ready to go. Attention paddock, could Kieran Birmingham please make his way to the control tower? That's Kieran Birmingham.
Attention, paddock.
Kieran Birmingham, please make his way to the control tower. Philip McCallan wants a wee word. You're not in trouble, don't worry.
Philip McCallan wants a wee word.
So the classic carts are out next.
You're not in trouble.
I think there was a gentleman who was going to join me here and talk us through it, but I'm assuming I'm sure he'll find his way through these wee carts. How low to the ground are these machines? Machine 125s. And you have the 250 super carts as well. I was offered to go on a super cart one time. I didn't feel too comfortable doing 150 mile an hour with my backside an inch off the ground. My backside was usually hitting the ground at 150 mile an hour. I knew some people were thinking it. You hear them slipping and sliding. I was told one day what the lap record round here was at Bishop's Court for cart, but I can't remember. I think it was more likely broken previous or before that.
What the lap record round here was at Bishop's Court for cart, but I can't remember. I think it was more likely broken previous or before that.
So next up then is the Philip McCallan Invitation Parades, and he is in his leathers and he is raring to go. And that City Racing Machine sitting ready, waiting for him.
And he is in his leathers and he is raring to go. And that City Racing Machine sitting ready, waiting for him.
So just here, one of the carts has retired around the circuit. The number 6 machine. Just a reminder as well, ladies and gentlemen, there is lawnmower racing, believe it or not. You can hear them there in the background, just in that bit of a field, about a quarter of the way down the start and finish straight. And I don't think they're ordinary lawnmowers because they're brave and quick. So the cart still circulating. Having a wee bit of a dice there themselves. So we'll find out. We'll find out what the majority. I'm sure it's a mixture of machines. We'll talk this. John O'Mahony looks very official from Carton UK. Talk us through the machines that are out here at the minute.
Morning, everybody. Thanks very much for having display our carts here today and tomorrow. All gearbox carts going from 125 P&R air cooled. 1970-71 210 Villiers, which is basically a 197 Villiers, highly modified. 250s. There's singles, motocross, air cooled, and there'll be twins, similar to Aprilia 250 GP engines in them. So you're talking roughly around between 90 to 100 horse.
Wow! And they're obviously they are highly tuned, and they're going around here. So they're running Rotax engines.
On modern day Rotax engines, they're doing, I think the lap records 104, 1 minute 4 seconds, 1 minute 5 seconds around here in the supercar.
Oh, wow! And think the 250 GP lap record around here is a 110. So these things are sharp, and hopefully we'll see that bit today. We've already unofficially seen the lap record beat through here, but talk me through number 62 here. That looks like a sun lounger with wheels.
That number 62 is that's a 1970. That's the Villiers. So it is. So it would probably around the 30, 35 horse out of a Villiers. 4-speed gearbox, and that's about that. He also has a 250 motocross. I think it's Kawasaki engine air cooled. And that's what they used to race in those days. Just go and get a motocross engine, stick it in the cart.
Is there the likes of the Ulster Superbike Championship and a lot of super championships throughout the world, classic bikes? Are they still racing these classic carts?
Yes. Italy would probably be HQ for classic. A friend of mine went over a place called Jeslo about 2 or 3 months ago, and I think there was maybe 300 or 400 at it. Excellent. UK, they have them as well, but it mainly is the gearbox.
And they take a wee bit of looking after as well.
UK is probably the HQ for gearbox carts in the world. So this is where it started.
Brilliant, fantastic. Well, thank you, thanks very much. It was great to hear a wee bit of an insight towards these carts. And it's great to still see them on track. Again, much like our machines. You see just reaching over their left hand side just to change gear. I thought he was going for the handbrake there. Again, these 250 super carts and the Villiers he was talking about, well looked after. And just like everything else, when we get a wee bit older, it get a wee bit difficult, doesn't it? So the Philip McCallan invitation machine, if you can make your way to the holding area, and we think are we going out here? Invitation going out here, or are they going to the holding area? I think previous years they rolled out this gate, so we'll just find that out and see where they are going out. That machine is a wee bit fresher than the rest of them. Again, we're talking about the Aprilia 250. So down the bottom, so the Philip McCallan invitation are making their way through here and down to the holding area, out pit lane that direction. So just at the base of the control tower, you just come up here and make your way down pit lane and onto the track that way. So if you can start getting yourselves ready at the base of the control tower, and of course everybody can come over and get photographs taken and get autographs. And they're going to stop on the line here as well just before lunch, so we can get a few photos. We'll get a few interviews with some of the riders, and we'll see what it's like to be riding one of these machines. And don't forget, push your bikes up to the holding area, or get someone to push it for you. But just, well, go around into the base of the control tower and then down pit lane onto the track that way. So these 250 cards still circulating. And again, like these are running five seconds a lap quicker than the 250 GP machines that we are seeing here today. So you imagine a full grid of these supercarts. They're still racing here, and they're racing over. They do a lot of racing at Knockhill, the Scottish Championships, and a lot of the drivers from over here would go over and compete in that championship and do very well in the championship, actually. So again, anyone who's participating, well, it is competing, that's what it looks like today anyway, in the Philip McCallan parade. So I've heard in the grapevine, Philip McCallan, he really wants to win this parade lap and get another one in the bag. But anyone who's participating in the Philip McCallan parade, invitation parade, make your way to the base of the control tower and we'll go out on track that way. So the checkered flag is out for these carts. There's not a huge speed difference by the looks of it between them pair, the Sun Lounger and the 250. Again, it's great to have. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's got a two-stroke engine. So the machine's lining up for this parade. I don't think the microphone is going to reach that far. Run out of batteries, I think. But we can have a chat with them anyway whenever they're on the line. Remember, they're stopping on the line for photographs and autographs. And we'll get a wee interview with someone just when they come back. And we're out. Then we're going on our lunch. And we'll find out how long we get for our lunch. But there'll be plenty of time to stuff a burger and a few chips into your face. Isn't that right, young man? Just one. Just for anyone competing or taking part in this Philip McCallan Invitation Parade, if you're closer to the middle of the paddock, if it's easier for you to go out through that gate, do so. Just save you pushing the bikes the whole way up here. But if you're up around this direction, bring them through here and we'll get you down pit lane and on the track very shortly. Jeremy Williams there, he's wearing the Ars Racing leathers and he'll be riding the TZ, the reverse cylinder Yamaha, 250 Yamaha. We've seen that out earlier on. There's a few reverse cylinders out this weekend. So the machines up the top half of pit lane, just making their way down to the holding area now. Seen all the photographers taking photos, a few autographs taken before they head out, and you'll get a second chance of that when they stop here on the grid. So once they stop on the grid, we'll go for a lunch break. We'll reset and go again. So that's the Phil McCann parade machines out on track. Some special machines out here indeed. So see, the pit wall is lined with spectators, lined with fans. If you can, ladies and gentlemen, we need a big wave for these men coming past here. So get your programs out and show them some appreciation on this first lap.
So get your programs out and show them some appreciation on this first lap.
Yes, if they come round here, just give the programs a wave. If you don't have a program, wave your pants, wave your wife's pants, your girlfriend's pants. Just give them a big wave, everybody.
So Steve finds a way through on that with Barry Sheen, RG 500. And Mike Maskell. Oh, it was so sharp. That's Jeff McMullen. That's his RG 500.
Mike Maskell. Oh, it was so sharp.
So a couple of machines. I think that's
his RG 500.
a few machines just retired already from this one, unfortunately.
So a couple of machines, I think that's a few machines just retired already from this one, unfortunately.
So we'll get a close eye on this machine Phil McCallum's riding. That Honda, that CBR 600 Honda 95, 96 TT Northwest 200 winner. And it was out earlier on and it is singing. That's Leslie McMaster. So Leslie McMaster out on that 250. Matty Davison on out his 125. And there is Philip McCallum, number 11 on the front of that machine. So that's a TT winning bike that he's on. Again, we're just having a wee look. So there's definite with the stingers on the back of that RG. for Stephen Parrish. Of course, Jeremy McWilliams is riding that reverse cylinder, the reverse cylinder 250 Yamaha. We're looking to see that, why said have that 500 Grand Prix machine, Max Biaggi's machine. I didn't see it going through there, but that's being ridden by Kyle Red's father, Sean. So just a reminder, they will be stopping here. They will be stopping here for photographs and autographs as we move on to lunch. So again, that 250 Yamaha, gorgeous sounding machine. Adrian Archibald then riding that relentless Suzuki that he previously raced. He done the Grand Prix and course Storm Stacey on that TZ 350 Yamaha. Come through here. Here's Philip McCowan again. And that'll be CBR 600 is still singing to this day. We'll wait for Steve Parrish. Here he comes then. As he winds open, he opens up the tops of that RG 500 of Barry Sheen. He just gives us a wee glance over. Wee wave, and that's it. Yeah, wee 250 Honda. Still singing here. Jeff McMullen starting to push now on that RG. So he's cleared the plugs, he's cleared the pipes, and he's starting to get the head down. I was talking to Jeff, didn't get a chance to talk to Jeff last night. But hopefully we'll get him on stage later on for a bit of crack. Remember, 6:30, ladies and gentlemen. And I've got a whole array of activities that are going to be happening later on. We're starting to up the pace now with this one. Don't forget lunch break after. That's Storm Stacey. Storm Stacey looking over. Again, he was on that. And there is Sean Raid on that Barry, or the Max Biaggi replica. In that 500cc Yamaha. Again, Leslie McMaster. We were talking about Leslie McMaster earlier on, and he got a new set of leathers, new helmet, everything at the beginning of the year. Whoa. And he got his own that we are. It's Mike Mescal there, just missing the gear. New set of leathers, new set of helmets for, well, build up to this here as well. And it was good to see him out. He was out last year on his own wee 250. He was able to get back out on it. There's the Barry Sheen RG 500, ridden by his teammate Steve Parrish. And again, we'll get a wee chat with Steve Parrish later on. Storm Stacey well and truly getting the swing of this 350. Barry Davison. That's Barry Davison, the original 250 Honda. And he's looking back over his shoulder for his son. So his son, Matt Davison, Leslie McMaster, is really starting to get a move on now. And so is Sean Ride. So Sean and Kyle, they're both 250. They're both two-stroke addicts. Constantly working on their machines in the shed. And they can set up a 250. Obviously, we've seen it today. He's already a second quicker than his own lap record in qualifying. Unofficial, of course. And now his dad's starting to push on that 500. I'd say the owners maybe lost a few fingernails during this session. Here comes Mike Mescal again, trying to keep the front end down that bike. And Archie isn't. Big wheelie there for Adrian Archibald. Great to see Adrian back again. He entered the Hall of Fame at the Irish Bike Awards. And it was great to see him back last year. Jeff Vaughan just struggling to get gears in that RG. I think he's only the one RG 500 left. So his dad, Barry Davis, just moving over. What a photograph that would be, the pair of them, father and son, out on track. Again, that's that reverse cylinder, Jeremy McWilliam. Absolutely immaculate. Leslie McMaster there. Again, on his own 250. He was so happy to get that wee bike back. Number one machine. Way through, look at this for a photograph. Two RGs, Phil McCampbell just in behind. So checker flag is being flown here in this one. Adrian Archibald, first man to take a checker flag. That's been said quite a few times, no doubt. So don't forget they'll come. So they will be coming back around and we'll have a chat with them. A brief chat so that we can get the photographs taken and we can get a few autographs and I can get out of the road. We get a wee bite. Nugent going through there on that Rizla Suzuki. Mark Moore will be riding that bike later on. In that Marlboro, that 250 Yamaha, lovely colours. That TZ 750, crumble away through. So the machines are coming back into the paddock. I think they're meant to stop in pit lane. They are indeed. So we're going to hold them. We're going to hold them here anyway, and we're going to interrogate a few of them. Oh, young man, how did that feel? You're getting plenty of track time on the TZ anyway.
We were meant to stop out there, weren't we?
Yeah, that's what I thought was happening, but we're sure we could lift it over, could we?
Yeah, probably. There's not much to it.
Well, what do you think of the wee 350? Still feeling strong?
Yeah, just trying to get the gearing right on it. We had it geared for obviously Goodwood at the start of the year, which was well long, so it was fast straight. We come here this morning and it's miles out, like what we've come with, and then we've gone again and it's still getting better, and then now we still need to go a bit more again. So.
Well, just don't go too far because I don't want you breaking my lap record. Good man, Storm. We'll get a wee chat with you later. Kyle, right. Well, what do you think your dad thought of that?
I don't know. I was going to go and ask him now on the grid.
Right, well, we'll all go and ask him. We'll hop over. I don't want you doing any injuries. We'll go this way because I know my legs will buckle underneath me. Oh, smell the clutch. Smell the two-stroke. So we'll have a wee chat with some of these riders here. have a wee chat with some of the riders. Can we go? I know it sort of breaks up, but we'll have a wee think about it. I think we're all right. Right in this direction. So he's having Jeremy Williams having a debrief. Here, Jeremy, what did you think of that? It's great to see you back out.
Good to be here. It's lovely to be some great memories. Bike belongs to Peter McCrum, but it's in its original sort of state, so you got to be a bit careful out there. There's no more of these ferns available, so I'm definitely trying to stay out of trouble. But it's amazing just how good they go. They really thrash them.
When you want to open them up, it's a proper race bike at the end of the day, isn't it?
Incredible, like, you know, you're kind of hanging back a little bit, you know, hoping that it's rich enough. It's not going to be too lean. I want it to be too lean. I want to really bury it. It's amazing. Still rich. It looks like
we're still rich. We're still all right. You can get the hammer down now. Let me see. We'll get a chat with Clifford Stewart, I think. Clifford, I'm trying to stay as close to the tower as I can because it's breaking up. Clifford, machine, a huge array of machines. How many have you got with you this weekend?
We brought 3 this weekend for cart.
Oh, one of the carts. You out with the carts, or?
I was out the yellow one.
Yes, and we were talking about the lap records here, and they're running 5. The carts are running 5 seconds quicker than the 250s are.
Unreal, fast. But just let other people see, let kids see.
Absolutely. Thanks very much. Clever, good chat. We'll talk to. Let me see. We'll have a wee word with. Sorry to interrupt you, fella, Steve Parrish. How do you feel about riding this iconic machine around here?
I'm very scared because it belongs to a lovely gentleman called Chris Riches, and it's worth an absolute fortune because it was the bike that Barry Sheen won his first Grand Prix with way back, and Chris has got it going really nicely, but I just do not want to hear over rev it because I think he's probably got a tracker on it and he'll tell me when I come back in, but it's a pleasure to ride it. My first time here at Bishop's Court, and what a fantastic circuit, really loving it. I've only done probably 10 laps, but really enjoying it. I think they should have BSB here, frankly. It's better than some of the little tracks they go to. So really enjoying it, so many friendly people here, and it's great to catch up. What's nice about it is it's relaxed, you know, you've got a chance to sign autographs, take pictures and do things that you probably don't have to do at race meetings. So thoroughly enjoying it, and I believe there's a chat show tonight, and I'm sure we're going to hear all the stories about how good we were.
No, absolutely. We'll wind you up later on. Jeff McMullen, back out on Old Faithful again, and it is singing. Have you changed anything, or do you want to beat Phil McCallum these parade laps?
I can beat him, no problem. But no, it's basically it's just it was wheeled in really last year. That's the first time it's come back out. So just put some fuel. The other one, they got the other one here, and it's given me a bit of trouble with that. I think just bad fuel. So hopefully it'll have it out later on for a spin on it. But I think the last time it was out was John Ackroyd rode it here a few years back. So good to get them out and enjoy it. So all good.
Brilliant, happy days. We'll get a wee chat with you later on in the beer tent, no doubt. We'll talk to this gentleman. He's busy. So, Philip, what did you think of that there? The ladders didn't look too tight when you were hammering down past us.
I wasn't going as fast as I'd like to go. To be honest, you know, I felt for the first couple of laps I forgot how to ride a motorbike. I haven't rode a motorbike for a year, you know, on a track, and but it definitely would take a lot. You know, this bike's much better than I am. The track, I forgot where the corners go, not where they go to, you know, but where to turn in, where to not. And when you drop out of that, it's like so hard to get back in. But you know, I feel if I had 100 laps, I'd be okay again. But look, it's an honour to ride this bike, to ride round here with all the fans and spectators here. It's absolutely brilliant.
Well, fantastic. We'll get another wee chat with you later on, Philip. And great. I wouldn't want to be doing 100 laps on that thing. A ton weight now compared to these newer machines. But ladies and gentlemen, get your photographs taken, get your autographs taken, and we'll be back with you. I didn't quite get a time for lunch. Did anyone get a lunch time? Back at 2. 1:45. Everyone back on post at 1:45, and we'll get the machines back on track at 2 o'clock. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Classic Bike Festival 2026. And it's been, so far, it has been fantastic. Qualifying times looking so close here for the racing coming up very soon. First up then is the senior parade machines, if you can get yourselves ready. And then we'll be moving forward on to the first race of the weekend, the Classic Pre-73, Classic 350 GPs and 125 machines will be out on track shortly after the parade. But if everybody could please get on their posts, all track personnel on their posts as quickly as possible, and we'll get the machines on track. We're aiming for a 2 o'clock start. So the senior parade machines, make your way to the holding area.
Talk of the course, was looking here, they'd found some paperwork and bits and pieces on the track. He said he knew who it is, like, but he just knew it. Oh, I got a meal ticket, is it? Oh, I got two.
Okay, it won't be long now until we get machines back out onto the circuit, folks. The stewards are doing a lap inspection, and we'll be back round again for the senior parade, followed by the first race of the weekend, the classic pre-73s, along with the 350 GPs and 125 GPs. And just a wee message for Amanda or Darren Burns, can you please come to the base of the control tower to see John? That's Amanda or Darren Burns. Please come to the base of the control tower to speak to John. So just for everyone's interest, there is lawnmower racing still going ahead here. Just where the bikes come back into the paddock. Close to the top half of the corner, Dunsport, through Ringawati in that field section. Just looking there was a huge crash. It looked like I didn't know you could high side a lawnmower, but apparently you can. So the stewards have made their way back into the paddock now, and we're going to get things up and going here very shortly. And then it'll be time for racing here at the Go Classic Bike Festival. And we're going to see some classic machines, along with some 350 GP and 125 GP machines out racing. And full grid of these bikes. So there's going to be a lot of noise and a lot of smoke. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just hearing there that I don't know whether he's brave or what, but Philip McCallan, time permitting later on, will be out along. Will he be, I think, passenger for Ryan Crowe? I think taking over Callum's seat, and will ratchet strap him down to the sidecar outfit. So Philip McCallan will be out in the sidecar later on, time permitting. We did joke about it last night during the chat show. I didn't think he was actually going to go for it, but Barry Sheen, the DAF Trucks RG500 making his way. And Ian King, he was on the line earlier on, didn't get a chance to talk to him. And hopefully we'll get a wee chat with him later on. So the senior parade machines are out on track. And we'll get down just to have a nosy and listen to these machines going past. So next up then is the first race of the weekend, the classic machines, along with the 350 and 125 GP machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, that would be absolutely fantastic. The first machine coming down towards us here now, in the shape of Richard Kerr. So he was out. There was an issue with his number during qualifying, so it was just difficult to see well, where he was. But he qualified second, I think it was. Ross Martin coming in. That Ducati MBR racing machine. Here we go then, that R1, a big bang R1, remember they came out. They didn't really last long, they gave a few issues with that different crankshaft and whatnot they had on them. A whole gang of them coming down here. A BMW just sitting up. GSXR, the 750. Oh, wow, listen to this. They're all pretty bunched up there. Going into turn one, they're really enjoying themselves now. So Richard pulling in now, the pit lane. And the AMD Fireblade. That's that YZF 750 Yamaha of Corn Smith going through. Coming down again, that older R6 Yamaha. There's a clutch, the clutch slipping on it slightly. Thought I heard it maybe in that last session. 69 away through. Again, a lot of these riders, a lot of these numbers, they're not in the program, unfortunately. Gordon Anderson most definitely is on that BMW 1000 RR. The Tygo, the BMW colours. Oh, I think that was maybe Johnny Allen, perhaps, on the Neil Kernahan Racing R1 Yamaha. Here's that Suzuki again, number 7. Rodney Singleton. Great to see Rodney Singleton. What's he riding? The VFR 750 Honda. Number 7, 2 away through. Joseph Kavanagh, that's the Ducati, the 900. That's the SS model. This R6 coming back down towards us now. We're due to have some TZ 750s out in this one. But I think they're maybe just keeping them, spreading them out. It's difficult to get parts for these machines. Well, maybe not so much difficult, but it is difficult for the bank manager. Here's the R1 of Johnny. Moving over to the left hand side, giving plenty of room there down through turn 1. Mike Maskell on that lovely Yamaha replica machine. And there is the TZ going through, screaming. So the classic machines then. So if the classic machines could make their way to the holding area, classic machines, 350s and 125s, make their way to the holding area. That R6 still circulating, still hammering on. And here's that. Ducati away through again. Here's this Gixxer. Wait till you hear this. Well, to be fair, he is staying off the white line, but he's pretty close to the pit wall. As a spectator, it's great, but I'm sure they'll get reminded tomorrow just to stay well clear. We all know Michael Rudder, he loved to go as close to the pit wall as he can, nearly blowing the bricks off it. When RZV, that Honda, the MotoGP style machine, Mike Maskell away through again. It's great to see Mike back out. Last year, I think he done a couple of laps on the bike, but he was limp and he was on crutches last year, so good to see him looking fit and strong. Another Ducati V twin machine, and that's the TZ 750 of Terry Kendrew. Number 12, that's that Tigcraft 690, Alan Finnegan. So Alan Finnegan, lovely sounding machine going through, thumping. Here you can see another machine with the Moto Guzzi engine, but the Suzuki JSX 750 going through, not hanging about. So the checker flag will be coming out pretty soon for this one. So we'll get the classic bikes, the 350s, 125 machines into the holding area, ready for the first race of the weekend at the Go Classic Bike Festival. And I'm sure a full grid of machines is going to be very exciting. No one's getting a wee bit exciting up there, top corner at Dunsport. The number 37 machine. That was Gary. Just making the most of Joseph Kavanagh on that Ducati. So at 900 SS machine, Barry Sheen's RG 500 Suzuki. Paul Garland again on that R1, just in the front of this group. I think that was Gary Miller by the looks of it. Whoa, nearly a coming together there. Oh, bit dodgy stand here. I think I'll change my point of view in a wee second. Yeah, Big John noticing the brown mark down my trousers. I'm going to change my knickers here and get back up to the control tower. Johnny Allen got a wee bit excited there in that one. So here we go, the machines coming back into the paddock. As the checkered flag is waved. So the remainder of the classic 350 and 125 GP machines make their way to the holding area. And we'll get the first race underway. So the rest of the machines heading back round. We'll have a wee word. Paul, how are you, Paul? What are you, knackered?
I'm too old, knackered.
Not at all. Wrestling this machine round here, you look like you're having fun. Did you pull in early because there's something wrong?
I just put in and give the rest of the boys a chance, you know. Oh, I'm absolutely shattered. That's my own safety, just tired. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Do you know, I had to say to you, my first ever race bike was painted by yourself.
Right.
The 125 with the Roadrunner on the tank of it.
Oh, right. I remember it. I didn't know that was yours. Your granddad would have got that sorted out here in Addy.
I know it was Joe Phillips.
Oh, Joe Phillips, you're right.
We bought it off Joe, and we kept the colour scheme because we wanted to keep the tank the way it was.
Well, I can see it. Thank you.
But there you go, Paul. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you, buddy. So Paul Edgar does the sign writing now. Very, very talented painter. He painted a lot of bikes for a lot of people. And another Paul Garland. Looking racy out there. This lovely TZ 750 Yamaha.
Painted a lot of bikes for a lot of people. And another Paul Garland.
So the first race of the day, they're in the holding area, ready to go. And I'll get back up to my wee pigeonhole, and we'll get this first race underway. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first race of the Go Classic Bike Festival will be underway very shortly. Just a reminder for everybody, please, on the pit wall, during the start of this race, you have to stand behind the white line. And once they pass you, you can hop, skip, jump, trip, whatever you want, back to the pit wall. Please don't hurt yourself. So the top half of pit lane, they're doing very well here, but the bottom half, can you please remove yourselves from the pit wall just until the bikes pass you at the start of this race. Can someone turn that speaker on? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay guys, so we need the pit wall cleared. So this will apply for all the races, folks. Any races, the start of the race, you have to stand behind the white line. So there we go then, the classic machines out on track. Next up will be the lightweight parade machines. If you want to think about getting yourselves ready. But in this then, pole position is Cathal Graham. And remember, he's on a 125. Second place, Storm Stacey on the 350. Lining up in third is Steve Boom on the 300. Or 350, should I say. Fourth is Andy Kildare. He's first of the classic machines in the unlimited class. Fifth is Padre Graham. Sixth is Buster Sherman Boyd. Seventh, lining up, Barry Davison. He's first of the 500s. Followed by Richard Pierce Jones. He's on the 350 GP machine. Ninth is Jamie Lyons on the 350. And Keith Millen lines up in 10th. He's 5th of the 350s. 4th of the 125s is Matt Davison, lined up in 11th. 12th is Reuben Sherman Boyd. He's 5th of the 125s. 13th and 1st of the classic 350 machines is Morris Hogg. 14th and 6th of the 125s is Gareth Arnold. Lining up in 15th place then, Mark Johnson. He was second fastest of the 500 classic machines. Followed by Darren Duncan, he's 7th of the 125s, lined up in 16th place. Malcolm Love having issues with that 250 Suzuki during qualifying. He pulled in early, but hopefully he's got that all sorted. He lines up 17th. 18th, Aaron Stanford. He's 6th of the 350s. And then we have Kane Bell, 2nd of the 350 classic machines. third is Thomas Hogg, lining up in 20th. He's third of the 350 machines. And Steve Boom just taking his grip position there for the start of this race. The Go Classic girls at the front of the grid. That's Buster Sherman Boyd, number 57, in his grip position. 6th, Reuben Sherman Boyd, his brother, identical machines. Matt Davis in there, number 80. Great to see him back out in the wee 125 Honda. He is riding the Moto 3 machine. What a 125 at the head of this grid. He needs to get that bike off the line as quickly as he can. He's going to have to pedal that wee machine off that pole position, because this TZ 350 of Storm Stacey, he's going to have the power, just have to slip the clutch that wee bit more on the 350. But he's having issues with gear and changing gear. He had the same gearing on as what he did at the Goodwood Festival, and it was just a wee bit too long. Speaking along, stretch, showing the green flag. So here we go, they're told to watch the lights, engage gear, the revs go up, and away they go. Oh, Storm Stacey missing a gear. He didn't slip the clutch enough. Wow, that was a close one. Graham nearly running into the back of him there. These TZ 350s, you have to really slip the clutch as much as you can to get them off the line, because they bog down really quickly. Oh no, and a retirement over on the left hand side there, unfortunately. But Storm Stacey looked like he got a cracker of a start there, and it just bogged down on the line, as I say. It was just not enough slipping in the clutch. So they're coming back up towards us again. Cathal Graham got very lucky not to run into the back of Storm Stacey there. And again, we keep a close eye on Steve Boom. He is a very quick 350 rider indeed, and I think it's actually Steve that's in the lead this one, is it? We'll know more when they come back down towards us. Through Dunsford then, long right-hander, bit of a bump on the exit of it, so you have to stand the bike up that wee bit just to get the power on. Here they come then. No, it is indeed. So Steve Boom in the lead from Andy Kildare, Richard Pearce-Jones, Storm Stacey, Paddock Graham, Barry Davison. Cathal Graham is way down in 7th place now after that awful start that he got. He had to shut the throttle and he lost all the drive on that wee 125. Mark Kirkpatrick maybe having issues. He's just looking down at the right hand side of that machine. Well, hopefully it's nothing too serious. But in the lead, Steve Boom from Andy Kildare, Richard Pearce-Jones, Storm Stacey, Paddock Graham, Peter Shannon away through there. Barry Davison in 6th. He's first of the 500 machines, 500 classic machines. Cathal Graham second of the 125s, but he's in 7th place at the minute. So Andy Kildare, he gets the taps open and that big unlimited machine, and he is. The number 51 is in the lead of this race, but not for long. Storm Stacey riding around the outside and up the inside through Ringawati. And I think is he bringing Steve Boom with him perhaps? Andy Kildare getting the better. He's back up into 2nd place, but it's Storm Stacey who's in the lead of this one. Back down through the start and finish then, the number 79 machine. Storm Stacey with the fastest lap, Andy Kildare in 2nd, 3rd Paddock Graham. So that wee 125 is getting its legs stretched here at Bishop's Court. Steve Boom then, he's demoted to 4th, but he's 2nd of the 350 GP machine. Cathal Graham just getting tucked in behind, so he's back up into 5th place after that woeful start that he had. Richard Pearce-Jones holds on there in that 6th. 7th, up into 7th place, Buster Sherman Boyd. Oh, we've got a retirement there, just didn't see who that was in the 125. Oh, it's Darren Duncan, unfortunately, so Darren Duncan has retired from this one. But Storm Stacey is on a charge. So just remind you the lap record for the 350s, a 1:15.5. Storm Stacey fastest lap so far, a 1:19.8. But he's got a clear road ahead of him now. They're coming up the slower riders already in this one. So Storm Stacey up through Dunsford. Coming back out on the start and finish straight. He's pulled a bit of a gap here. Well tucked into that TZ 350 Yamaha. Across the line, a 1:17.6. The 125 of Patrick Graham up into 2nd place. And his brother Cahill right in behind him. So they go side by side in through turn 1. Oh, I think Cahill Graham maybe getting the better there. So Cahill Graham perhaps up into 2nd place. His last lap was a 1:19.3. Padre Graham a 1:19.7 on that last lap. They're all quicker, but the quickest so far, Storm Stacey 1:17.6. Kyle Martin away through Kim Bell. Malcolm Love still leading the 250 Classic Machines as he number 49, still circulating, so he's got that bike sorted from qualifying earlier on. Look back down the road then. So they're slicing through these slower riders. Storm Stacey through Ringawati. That's fairways 1 and 2 in the distance down that back. Not much of a straight, but it'll be flat out in one of these machines. But the 125 races on, just in behind Storm. Right on the start and finish then. Again, just looks like he's maybe struggling to get gears on that bike. That was slower that time, a 1:18.3. The 125 there of Cahill Graham. Up into 2nd place, Steve Boom getting the better of Andy Kildare. Oh, Padraig Graham, no sign of Padraig. Can't see him in that group. Matt Davison just getting the better of Peter Shannon there. Some of you might remember Peter's uncle. You might still know him, Keith Shannon. Really, really good 250 rider. Keith Millen there. I think that was Padraig Graham just going past there. And the number 5, that's Kyle Martin in 14th place at the minute, but Graham dropping to 13th. As we look back towards the leaders will be coming back towards us here very soon. But that last lap, keep an eye on that machine of Storm Stacey's. I don't know whether it's slowing or he's just maintaining that gap. He's just doing what he has to do at the meantime. Next up then, the lightweight parade machines, if you can make your way to the holding area. That's the lightweight parade machines. Here comes the Storm. Across the line, that machine's definitely slowing. That was a 1:19.7 that time. So Cahill Graham on the 125, a 1:19.0. So he is catching. He's actually closing the gap of Storm Stacey. I don't know whether he's going to have enough time to close it enough, but he's only 5.4 seconds back on Storm Stacey. Matt Davison, a big long look behind him. Matt Davison currently 3rd of the 125. He's 8th on the road at the minute. Barry Davison still leading the 500 Classic. Andy Kildare leading the open class. He's 3rd in the road. He got the better of Steve Boom on that last lap. Buster Sherman Boyd, 2nd of the 125s. He's in 5th. So again, a lot of traffic to contend with here. The leaders are going to be coming back round very shortly. So Storm Stacey already through Ringawati. We'll wait for the 125 of Cahill Graham. Cahill Graham pushing that 125 hard. The front end of the bike twitching underneath him going through fairways 2. So here he comes in. The last lap was a 1:19.7. Is he any quicker this time? A 1:18.1. that time round for Storm Stacey. And here comes the 125 of Cathal Graham. It was a slower again, a lot of traffic to contend with there. A 120.4. His best was a 119.0. Number 5, Steve. You see Steve Boom away through there. Just in behind him in the slipstream, Buster Sherman Boyd. He has to stay in the slipstream. That's a TZ350 Yamaha and the RS125 Honda of Buster Sherman Boyd staying with him down the straight. That's a well set up wee machine. Barry Davison up in the 6th of the road now, just ahead of Richard Pierce Jones. Matt Davison. Bit of a lonely race there for Matt, and he'll be enjoying it. Reuben Sherman Boyd away through. The number 46 then of Mark Johnson. 12th on the road, 2nd of the 500s. It's the 500 classic machines. So another call, please, for the lightweight parades to the holding area. That's the lightweight parade machines to the holding area. Kyle Martin, 13th. Retirement there. I don't know whether it was maybe Graham retiring from that one. But here we go then. Just waiting for Storm Stacey as the last lap flag goes out as a 1:18.2. Paddock Cathal Graham. The gap has opened up again, 9.6 seconds. The number 5 machine, Steve Boomey, pulled away. Or Buster Sherman Boyd is pulled away from him. 1.8 seconds on one lap. Just shows you how hard that young man is pushing. We'll wait for Matt Davis, and then here he comes. He's riding around the outside of the slower riders there, and he has to get past them before turn 1, and he does indeed. As easy as that. So in the last lap then, Storm Stacey through Ringawati, and Cathal Graham still dicing his way through. But here he comes then. Back out on the start and finish straight. Storm Stacey on the TZ350 Yamaha takes the win. Kyle Martin on the 125. He's 5th of the 125 machines. We wait for Cathal Graham then. Again, just dicing that wee Honda through. Cathal Graham across the line. Winner of the 125. 2nd on the road. And that's Malcolm Love. Malcolm Love wins the 250. The 250 classic machines. Buster Sherman Boyd away through. 4th in the road. 2nd of the 125. Steve Boom 2nd of 350s. 5th in the road. Barry Davison winner of the 500 classic machines. So the 350 GP machines, Richard Pierce Jones, last step of the podium for him. 3rd of the 350s. So we wait now for Matt Davison. Here he is then. Matt Davison cross the line. 3rd of the 125s. And Reuben Sherman Boyd then. 4th of the 125s across the line for the number 71 machine. Keith Millen, that's Mark Kirkpatrick, still looking down at his machine. I don't know whether there's something wrong with it or he's doing a Paul Cranston. The number 36, that is Keith Millen. On the TZ 350. Mars Hogg, winner of the 350 Classics. 2nd was Kane Bell, the 350 Classics. Secondly open, RJ Woolsey. He finishes 17th. What a great way to start the racing here this weekend. And plenty more of that to come. Loads of different classes within that. Tried my best to try to keep up. But here he comes then. What a great win. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Storm Stacey. We'll wait then. 125 winner. Coming back. There he is then. Cathal Graham takes the 125 win, and he didn't make life easy for himself. but he got diced through them. And what about this man?
Coming back, there he is then. Cathal Graham takes the 1-2-5 win, and he didn't make life easy for himself.
Number 51, Andy Kildare. A new lap record for Andy. 51, got it done. He's over the moon with that. Happy days. The rest of the machines filtering through there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a sip of water, but up next, the lightweight parade machines. And there's plenty is in the holding area. If you're not there, get yourselves there as soon as you can, and you'll be out on track very shortly. So the lightweight machines are out on track and already coming back down towards us. At the Superbike, classic Superbike machines and the 250 GP machines make their way to the holding area, please. There's the Parker Transport Moto 3 machine, Grand Prix machine away through. Mark Hanna on the Roy Hanna Motors TSR 250 Honda. See a lot of 250s out in this one. Number 56 away through there. So Pat Lee on the TZ 250 Yamaha, the 4TW. Johnny Parker on the R6 Yamaha. Kyle McCabe finishes there with his 250 Honda. Lucas on the RS 250 Honda away through. One of the instructors. Oh, big wide line there. That's for Mark Hanna. Mark Hanna looking racy now. He's getting the hang of it. The cobwebs have well and truly blown off. Philip McConaughey on that 250. The microphone's struggling here with this one. That's the 66 of Robert O'Brien. That's the RS 250 Aprilia. Lovely looking machine now. There's the RS 250. I don't know if it's the same one, but there's one down here for sale. Simon Skillen, that's the RC162 Honda replica. And it really is deafening on the way over here, on the way past here, should I say. Getting wound up. That's that 250 Yamsel. So again, the Yamsel we were talking about earlier on when we spoke about these older machines being the Grand Prix machines, but a lot of different frames fit a lot of different engines, a lot of different frames were manufactured for these machines. You've got Sealy, Spondon. Spondon was a very popular one. Of course, you see a lot of the 250s with Spondon frames as well. Andy McCulloch there on that TZ 250 Yamaha. Again, a lot of chopping and changing. I've seen a lot of these parade bikes stripped last night even. It's the number 27 there, coming awfully close, Stephen Lemon. Coming awful close there to the pit wall, but giving us all a good show here. So next up, this classic Superbike machines. Classic Superbikes and the 250 GP bikes up next. Some of the 250s coming back in through into the paddock. The RS 250 125 Honda away through. And the FZR. Mark Hanna coming back into the paddock. Andy McCulloch looking very racy indeed. That's that wee 250 Aprilia. And Johnny Parker getting the swing of that R6. So they're going to have to get a spare one for next year by the looks of it. 27, stealing them away through again. The thing with the parade laps is bringing back a lot of memories for a lot of these riders. And as I say, the bikes were stripped this morning. And they were jetting, they were looking at their barometers, checking the moisture in the air, checking the temperature, changing the jets. And we were talking to Jeremy McWilliams earlier on, and he was saying he was just making sure there was big enough jets in it. He didn't want to go too lean on it, but there was plenty. A good way to check, a quick way to check, is the exhaust pipes on the back of these two-stroke machines, and just to see what colour the tail ends are. Usually on a race prep machine, we run a nice tan colour, or same with the heads, the cylinder heads. These machines to do what's called a plug chop. So Mike Brown there on the Joy Dunlop 250 Honda. Mark Hanna right out to the white line. I'd love to see what times he was doing, Mark Hanna. So being an ex-racer himself, he can be very competitive indeed. So I wanna have a wee word with Mark Hanna when he comes back in here, just to see what he thinks, just to see if he's got back in the flow of it again. A lot of you have been thinking they're very close to the pit wall here, but that's actually a racer's mentality. At Mondello Park, you see them coming down the bottom half. Being close to the pit wall actually keeps a lot of the wind off the machine. So they're getting a drag the whole way down the front straight. But it doesn't leave an awful lot of room for error. You see a lot of the top runners running very close to the pit wall. So it's nearly like a fake slipstream. A wee pocket of air that we want to, or the 250 will pull you away through again. I don't think it is the same. It's not the same machine. There's a 250 sitting just in behind us at the marquee. Incidentally, the marquee, if you want any classic bike merchandise, you can go into the marquee and they do lovely t-shirts. There's limited edition classic bike t-shirts for sale. And I can't remember how much they were. I bought 3 of them last night. I think they're £18 each or something like that. They're very good. And the classic, the new limited edition one's very nice. And they're over on the left-hand side as well. Philip McCallan has brought half of his shop with him. So you can have a look at leather jackets and whatnot in through there. And I think there's some Red Bull, there's some KTM merchandise there as well. But there's the checker flag out for this session. So again, the classic superbikes and the 250 GP machines, if you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. And the V2, the V twins as well. Now I did notice, I've yet to ask Richard, but I've noticed the likes of Barry Davison's 250 Hondas in a different class. So I'm sure he'll let me know when I get up there. again, that Yamsel going past there, that 250 Yamsel. Screaming. Speaking of 250 and 350 Yamsels, I've seen Davy Ray earlier on. Dandering into the paddock, so welcome Davy Ray. We'll get a wee chat later on. Desi McRae there in the 250 Honda. Alexander done a 250 Honda. So the classic superbikes then are in the hope now along with the 250 GP machines. So Mark Hanna just pushing his machine back into the paddock. Probably doing a plug chop, no doubt. So we'll stop him here. We'll have a wee chat with Mark. Mark, I seen you took your helmet off early and you're still grinning like a Cheshire cat. What do you think of that?
Absolutely brilliant. It's been a long 2019 was the last time I was around here. I haven't read at all. It took me that first session, took me a minute or two just to, it was very unusual. But got back out there in that session there and started to feel, you know, the good old feeling there. It was, I pulled in there, get my dad to take a bit of tape off because she was running a bit warm. And I just said it's all good, it's all good.
And I see you're pushing the bike in. Did you plug chopper?
I plug chopper, yep. That's we're here down a track there and Dad has his tuning, so yeah, he's wanting to see what the plug's burning like, so we'll see.
Brilliant. Well, we'll have a chat with you later, see if the leathers are coming back out for the rest of the season. You're looking strong and fit, Mark. Great to see him back on a bike. So we'll try and make our way back up here. I'm getting my steps in today, right? Like, all right. Big John, doing a great job here. Clark, of course. Busy man, as always. In trouble, Sam Laffins. I told you. I told you Sam's like a bad smell. You can't get rid of him. Classic Superbike machines and the 250 GP machines are out on track. And the guru, Richard Agnew, has threw a lot of facts at me, and my head is very sore now. Here we go then, Kyle Ride on pole for this one. Again, he's already unofficially broken the lap record. Lovely Stanford colours in that TZ 250 Yamaha. Storm Stacey in second, Roy Skinner lines up in third, fourth for Cathal Graham. Cahill's had a busy day so far. Richard Armstrong will line up in fifth, sixth for Thomas Lawler, seventh Aaron Armstrong, eighth for Stephen McGill on the Classic Superbike machine, ninth for Aaron Stanford, 10th for Barry Davison, 11th Howard Selby, Harry McAleese in 12th, 13th Corn Smith, 14th Patrick Graham, and 15th Lee Osprey. So the remainder of the machines making their way to the grid. So Richard Armstrong front row. That's a classic super sport machine, don't forget. So we'll see these 250s. See if we can get them off the line. Roy Skinner, very cool, calm, collected character. They're told to watch the lights, engage gear, and away they go. Oh, look at Kyle Ride. Kyle Ride away like a rocket. Storm Stacey struggling to get that machine going. Oh, Stephen McGill couldn't get that bike off the line either. That machine of Stephen McGill's built from the ground up for the Manx. And this is his first run out, so still a few teething problems. And still trying to get used to that machine. But Storm Stacey, again, just struggling with the two strokes. There's no launch control, no traction control on these things. You have to play with them a wee bit off the line. So here we go down through the chicane, first chicane, heading for fairways 1 and 2. Kyle Ride in the lead, last one, the 250 race. Unfortunate for Steve McGill, he was looking good during qualifying. Got stuck on the door of the comedy box. So again, that lap record, a 1:10.9. We'll see the next time whether he's going to be able to break it. Oh, right onto the grass, Kyle Ride. He's pushing hard. He's pulled a huge gap already on that Supersport, Classic Supersport 600 machine of Richard Armstrong in the lead of the Supersport. Classic Superbike is Aaron Armstrong, Howard Selby in second, third for Aaron Stanford, Thomas Lawler second of the 250s. And we're looking, Storm Stacey has pulled into the paddock. That machine's still running, but he's retired from this race, unfortunately. Kyle Ride 5.8 seconds ahead of Richard Armstrong, who's the first Supersport, Classic Supersport machine. Thomas Lawler just in behind Aaron Stanford. As we look back towards the wind bringing the smell of two-stroke up into the comedy box. Through Ringawati, Kyle Ride, elbow down through there, get the drive on nice and early. A wee flick left, trail break in the front end into Dunsport. And back out on the start and finish straight. Remember that lap record, a 1:10.9. And across the line, a 1:10.1. So straight away, another new lap record for Kyle Ride. Basically on the first lap, there's the Classic Superbike machine. Aaron Armstrong He's second in the road, but he's leading the Classic Superbike race. So Rory Skinner, Barry Davison, pressurising Rory Skinner going in through the first corner. Barry Davison in the slipstream. So Kyle Reid still pushing hard. You see a cloud of dust there through turn one. Just didn't quite catch. I've just seen a cloud of dust in the kitty litter there. So we'll look back at the leaders. Not quite sure who it is. I see someone up walking away there. So Kyle Reid again looking sharp on that wee 250. Does he stay away? He wee bit behaves himself a wee bit more on that lap. Faster again, a 109.9 for Kyle Reid. That's what the times he was doing earlier, along with the Superbike qualifying session. How about this for Aaron Armstrong and the number 21 machine away through, leading the Classic Superbike. Hard Selby, Stephen Love, Thomas Lawler, Rory Skinner. Oh, Thomas Lawler's going to be under pressure here very soon. Rory Skinner trying to go round the outside, is he? There's a yellow flag being waved down at that first corner. No overtaking. So Rory Skinner has to tuck back in behind the former champion, Thomas Lawler. We'll see Stephen McGill just in behind. He's made his way up to 8th place now. Lee Osprey 9th. 10th for George Halliday. Corn Smith up into 11th place now. He's 5th of the Classic Superbikes. On number 35 there, unfortunately, Padre Graham just returned from this one. Again, that machine, a lot of work done to that bike. So he's building it over the winter and over the summer months, and this is the first time it's ever been out. Kyle Reid away through once again with a number 1 plate. Slightly slower that time, a 1:10.1. He doesn't have to do anything else. That gap is massive now. So here comes Aaron Armstrong. And he's first in the Classic Superbikes, don't forget. The 250s are starting to up their game now. Aaron Armstrong, how about a 19.6 second lead for Kyle Reid. Rory Skinner's made his way up into 4th place. He's second in the 250s now. Getting the better Thomas Lawler and Hard Selby on that last lap. Stephen McGill pushing hard. He's in 8th place still, but a long way to go to try and catch Stephen Love in 7th. He's 3rd in the Classic Superbikes. Harry McAleese away through. And Harry McAleese 6th of the Classic Superbikes. Ben Sorensen away through. And Keith Millen on that 250 machine. He's in the twin class.
Keith Millen on that 250 machine. So he's in the C-twin class.
Okay, Reid again. That last lap was a 1:10.4. So he's just maintaining that gap now over Aaron Armstrong. Rory Skinner pushing now. So Rory Skinner, that was a 1:12.7. Aaron Armstrong in front of him. His last lap was a 1:14.7. So Armstrong's going to get a fright in the shape of Rory Skinner here very soon. Skinner up on the 3rd of the row, but he's still holding on to 2nd of the 250 GP machines. Again, just a matter of getting the hang of riding these 2 strokes again. McAleese away through. Again, McCulloch Racing Classic Superbike machine sounded fantastic here. Sounded fantastic at the minute, Antrim. Echoing through the countryside. Keith Millen then, the number 36 machine. Oh, Kyle Reid really starting to push now, dicing through them. So it was a wee bit below me there for Kyle Reid up until this point. Now he's got a wee bit of work to do. Make sure he gets past at the right time. That's Alan Dixon away through. That's the Cleaver Brown 250 Honda. Again ridden by Sean Anderson. Number 11, Rory Skinner in the slipstream at Superbike. The gap is down to 0.3 of a second. Oh, the 250, is he going to try up the inside? No, he's thought better of it. So the 250, turn 2, big wide line there through turn 1, so he's lining it up for turn 2 and get the drive to the hairpin then. But he has to remember he's got his own race to run here with the 250 class. So that machine, Corn Smith is currently in 12th place, 6th of the Classic Superbikes. So here comes Kyle Ray. Oh, he's letting him banked over for so long coming through here. Last lap time then. Kyle Ray with a huge lead over Armstrong, but it's going to be, will it be Roy Skinner this time coming through? That's Keith Millen, the number 10 machine. As we look for, it is indeed Roy Skinner. He's got the better of Aaron Armstrong, so he's up in the second in the road. Now he was down in 7th place, remember, so he's worked hard for this one. The number 11 machine away through. Sounded like he was shutting off there just across the line. That was a 1:12.9 there for Roy Skinner. Hard Selby. Thomas Lawler away through. Thomas Lawler in 6th place. So just a reminder, on this last lap, ladies and gentlemen, the junior parade machines, if you can make your way to the holding area. That's the junior parade machines. A couple just filtering down through here now. As McAleese, but there it is then. Kyle Wright takes the win and faster again on that last lap. A 1:09.5 and the new lap record. That's 3 times he's broke it in the one race. Absolutely flying. And Kyle and Sean, they both love the 2 strokes. Here's for Roy Skinner then. He worked hard for that one. There's Keith Millen the way through. Here comes Skinner. You can see how much more comfortable he is on that machine. Cross the line for 2nd place. Aaron Armstrong, winner of the Classic Superbikes, the number 21 machine across the line. And the Classic Super Sport, Richard Armstrong, was looking like a good strong race for Richard. Hard Selby on Thomas Lawler, 3rd of the 250s. Ben Sorensen, Keith Millen all taking the checker flag there. George Thompson, Ian Smith, Alan Dixon. The number 44 machine, George Halliday, and that lovely Classic Superbike. Finishes 9th but 4th of the Superbikes. Harry McAleese then. Harry McAleese, a former sidecar passenger as well. Multiple skills, but Kyle Ride, multiple lap records for Kyle Ride on that 250 Yamaha. Taking the win from Roy Skinner. 3rd of the 250s was Thomas Lawler. 4th of the 250s. Go down Alan Dixon. Classic Super Sport then, Richard Armstrong taking the win in the Classic Super Sport. 2nd place, Stephen Love from Lee Osprey in 3rd, and Ben Sorensen in 4th. Classic Superbike winner, Aaron Armstrong from Hard Selby. 3rd was Stephen McGill after that woeful start, but he finished 8th in the road. He was the last machine away, don't forget, and he still managed 8th in the road. 3rd of the Superbikes. 4th was George Halliday. 5th, Harry McAleese. 6th, Corn Smith. So another great race, ladies and gentlemen. But what about that? Another round of applause, please, for Kyle Ray, your winner and lap record holder 3 times in the one race.
You see him cutting through the field, he's laughing. Oh my God.
2nd place man, Roy Skinner, coming through. Didn't make life easy for himself, but you've seen how much he got used to that bike. And he looked really comfortable there, the closing stages of that race. So he knows now, they all know now what they've got themselves in for. And we'll just hope for the next one. If there's any issues with that machine with Storm Stacey's, they'll be able to get it sorted for later on, and hopefully you'll be able to get it off the line Corn Smith the way through there, number 13. Good finish for Corn, 6th place. So next up then, the junior parade machines coming up next. We'll get a wee bit of the gossip here when the language calms down. Oh, but don't really care about that anyway. Rory, you didn't make life easy for yourself there at all. But the closing, I seen it here, you looked a lot more comfortable the closing stages of that race. Was it just a matter of getting used to it?
Yeah, I mean, it's my first time here, so just trying to figure out which way the track goes, how to ride it is half the battle. But no, I wouldn't have had anything for Kyle in that race. He's riding unreal on that 250. So yeah, didn't make life easy for myself, as you said. Yeah, couldn't get it off the line. I think we need to raise the needle again after we changed it yesterday. But besides, it was enjoyable coming through the superbikes. It's not easy, but hey, it was good fun.
I seen you in the slipstream there of one of the superbikes. It was Armstrong who actually the winner of the superbikes. And I thought he's going to take him through turn 1, but you thought better of it. But for the wee bike to stay in the slipstream of that, it must be flying.
Tell you what, I was squeezing as close into the bike as I possibly could. I think you checked my leathers, there's probably about half the frame on them there, because it was just rubbing away. But it was good. I didn't want to do anything too sketchy, Taryn, because we were out in Spain at the start of the year having a bit of a laugh. So a bit of respect from there. Didn't want to sit him up, and got through him at turn 2. And where we went, I couldn't see Kyle. I knew he'd checked out, so it was just a case of got a nice lap at the end. I think reasonable.
You'll get him next time. Good man, Rory. Kyle, there's no stopping you. You broke the lap record 3 times in that one race. You already broke it twice this morning during qualifying. You're feeling comfortable, and obviously the bike is where it needs to be, really.
Yeah, obviously the bike is better than what I rode last year. It's a newer model, 6-7 years newer. It's got more horsepower, so I know I was going to be faster, but I didn't expect to be a second and a half quicker. So yeah, it's worked good all day. We've tried a few different bits, but yeah, that was the best start I've had all year, even on the superbike that I pissed it. So it was a great start, and got me head down and see what I could do, and I think the fastest lap on the last lap.
Brilliant. Bit more of it later on. Good man. Oh, we'll talk to this man. Oh my word. Thomas Law, how are you, buddy? Are you parking the Zimmer frame and getting the leathers back out?
Something like that, yeah.
Obviously it hasn't left you. You're on the pace straight away, and there was a few elbows there.
That's because I can't get them in anymore.
How do you feel out there? You're looking happy anyway.
Yeah, it's a bit of crack, isn't it? Just relax, racing a couple of fence days, isn't it? Yeah.
You're showing them the way around anyway out there. You're enjoying it. You'll be out the whole weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
The bike's looking strong.
Really quick, slap quick and lay out.
Not at all. The legend Thomas Potter, ladies. It's always great to hear from the legends, as well as the young bucks out here this weekend. So the junior parade machines are out on circuit. Hello, Missy. I've got Bridget LeBear here. Bridget, again, I'm going to say it again, welcome to Northern Ireland. And you've been quite busy this past few weeks, haven't you?
Yeah, I got my first shot at racing some roads, and that was really exciting. And now I'm here just checking out some classic bikes and having a good time.
Brilliant. Are you out this weekend on anything?
Oh, no, I mean, I have my leathers just in case, but you know how it is.
Well, there's plenty of bikes out here. There's loads of bikes down there that they're looking riders for. So maybe go a wee bit of fishing tonight and see what's about.
Sounds good. Either way, I'll be having some fun. So it's really cool here. There's some really, really special bikes, and yeah, it's really fun to watch.
What did you? I didn't get a chance to talk to you after the mid-antrim. What did you think about the mid-antrim, a real road race?
Oh man, that course is fantastic. I can't wait to come back and do it again. And I was on Daryl Tweed's bike, and it was a really nice bike. It was really well put together, and it was a lot of fun. It was also my first time running in the rain, so that was really exciting.
I've seen on social media that you really enjoyed the rain, and I thought, nope, better off you do it. I'll just stay here. But well done, Bridget, and hopefully you get something sorted for this weekend.
Yeah, and even if I don't, I'm supporting some friends over in the Manx, and running the full Irish Road Series next year. So you'll be seeing a lot of me.
Looking forward to it. Always great to hear from Bridget. Very fast young lady indeed. So the parade laps are out, and I'm going to try and scoop a bottle of water from somewhere maybe. And we can get back to the parades after this parade. Let's see, what do I have here? Too much paperwork through. We'll have the next generation super sport machines out. So junior machines out on track. And they seem to be still enjoying themselves. Mark Murphy away through there on that 888 Ducati. So that was ridden previously by Farmer. Getting a tootle of horn there on the way past. Number 26A. Again, just trying to keep up with all these. It's Shubishay Weldon. The TZ 350, but not quite sure. There's a lot of chopping and changing of the riders in these machines. Still great to see them out regardless, no matter who's on them. Couple of 400s out there too. Ian McPhee on the VFR. That's the NC30 machine. Seen a lovely wee NC30 parked across the road. As a road bike, so someone's rode it down. Lovely, lovely machine. Very hard to get a good clean one, but that's the 888 Ducati. Getting a right thrashing from Murphy. Paddy McColgan's. Andy Farrell rode that machine as well, so Andy Farrell rode a few rounds for Paddy McColgan after his crash at the Northwest 200. 26A. Looked like, I think that was Kane Bell. Kane Bell away through there. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. He's riding for the Bell Bike Sport B&W Racing Team. Again, that machine, Philip McCollum's out there, the City Racing CBR 600 Honda. The RG 500 there. The E250s, a couple of RG 500s running in the junior and the lightweight parades as well. And you'll see the entries for the senior parades with the RGs, the 600s. So again, another call for the Super Sport 600. So Super Sport, next generation Super Sport 600 race, please make your way to the holding area quickly as you can. So again, another call for the next generation, the Super Sport 600 machines. Ian McPhee way through there. Again, that TZ 350. City racing the Phil McCollum 95 or 96 TT and Northwest 200 winning machine. We've seen him out on it earlier on, and no doubt we'll see him out on it again this weekend. And don't forget, time permitting, ladies and gentlemen, Phil McCollum will be riding, or will be passenging a sidecar. I don't think the Crow brothers would trust him in the driver's seat. So there you go then, the checkered flag out for this one. It's great to see so many of these machines back out again. Championship winning machines, World Championship winning machines, don't forget. There's at least one in every class here. So that RG 500 Suzuki of Norman Brown. It's great to see it back out.
There's at least one in every class here. So that's RG 500 Suzuki.
That looked like Malcolm Love there, maybe on the wee 250 Yamaha. Looked like his leathers anyway. Declan O'Reilly away through again. With them stingers on that machine. Kevin Bell, I think that's that Moto Guzzi that he's on. He's tooting the horn on the way past. Seeing that wee RD, there's a lot of road bikes out here as well. It was not only race bikes we're being able to see this weekend. It's production-based machines. Everyday Joe Blogs could go and buy back in the day. A wee bit harder to get nowadays. It's great to see them showcased here at Bishop's Court for the Go Bike Festival. Next up then, the Super Sport 600 race. And this promises to be exciting. So the green flag is being waved at the end of the pit lane, indicating for the Supersport machines to go out on track for their warm-up lap. The teams are panicking, they're getting their tire warmers off, getting the stands off. Riders, they've got their helmets and gloves on, ready to go, trying to stay as calm as they can. So the first machine's out on track then. Tensions starting to rise. The riders getting that wee bit nervous. So here come the Supersport machines then. Richard Cooper on pole with Mike Brown in second. Third for Card Phillips. Storm Stacey lines up in fourth. Fifth for Adam Brown. Lucas Brown in sixth. Seventh, Ocean Maher. Eighth is Jeremy McWilliams. Ninth for Rob McCauley. Harry Truelove lines up in 10th. 11th for Marshall Neal. Jack Cadwell in 12th. 13th for Ruben Sherman Boyd. 14th for Simon McCullough. I was talking to Simon earlier, and I think his machine maybe dropped something on the inside of the engine, so I think he's out for the rest of the weekend, unfortunately. James Tracy lines up in 15th, 16th for Ross Martin, 17th Adam Carey, 18th for Alex O'Grady, 19th for Andrew Wardy, and 20th for Alex Rowan. Just having a look there, that's Richard Cooper, Mike Brown, Storm Stacey taking their grid positions. So here we go, huge grid of Supersport 600 machines now. They're told to watch the lights. Storm Stacey a bit distracted, but away they go! Oh, look at Richard Cooper. Richard Cooper getting the whole shot in that one, does he? Moves over to the right hand side, peels into turn one, and he does indeed. The Russell Racing BPE machine getting the whole shot. Someone running way wide there into the exit of turn one. Not the place you want to go off the road there. There's a big dip. Sometimes you can try and get over to the other side, but the dip just catches you out. So the machine's down at the bottom hairpin then, heading back up towards us. Still looks like Richard Cooper in the lead, but he's not getting it all his own way. He's still being pushed through the chicane. Fairways one. This flat out left right-hander. Short shifting to try and keep that back wheel from spinning. Braking now. Fairways two, heading for Ringawati. So Cooper still in the lead. Adam Brown is in second place then. Oh, and it's all chopping and changing for third. Mike Brown is now back up into third place. That was Card Phillips that he was pressurising there. Card Phillips ran a wee bit wide through Ringawati, and he's demoted to fourth, but here he comes, Richard Cooper on that R9. Adam Brown, Mike Brown, Card Phillips, Lucas Brown, Storm Stacey in sixth. Seventh is Marshall Neal, just in behind Stacey. Harry Truelove in eighth. Ninth is Ocean Maher. Jeremy McWilliams in 10th. 11th for James Tracy. 12th for Rob McCauley. Ruben Sherman Boyd in 13th. 14th for Ross Barton. 15th Alex O'Grady. Jack Cadwell 16th. 17th Andrew Wardy. Alexander Rowan 18th. 19th Adam Carey. And Nicky Burns rounds up the top 20. So looking back down towards the half of the track, it looks like Richard Cooper just pulling away ever so slightly from Mike Brown, but Mike Brown's not going to give up in this one. Or Adam Brown, should have said. Oh, that's Ocean Maher, was it? Carl Phillips still looking away through Storm Stacey, really pushing on the back end of Lucas Brown. Nearly touching his back wheel, heading up through Dunsford. Oh, he was thinking about going round the outside, but he's tucked in behind him now. There's Richard Cooper then, Adam Brown, Mike Brown. Cooper the fastest lap at 1:08.5. Get back down through turn 1. The battle for third place is on, but it's still Mike Brown. Carl Phillips looking away past there, nearly 50, painted in through turn 1. We'll wait for, again, Storm Stacey on Lucas. As we look back towards the hairpin, Richard Cooper continues to pull away from Adam Brown, but Adam Brown has a good gap back to Mike Brown. I think Storm Stacey has got past Lucas, he has indeed. So the Parker Transport Racing Machine is down to 6th place now. Oh, Storm Stacey on the move around the outside of Carl Phillips. No way, he's not going to take 2 into 1. Oh, and he pulls it back. Carl Phillips fights back up the inside of Storm Stacey. Stacey closes the door on him. It's all on fire now for this is the battle for third, don't forget. Stacey trying to get the drive. Oh, Lucas Brown going wide. Carl Phillips up the inside through Dunsford. He looks beside him, but the R6 Yamaha seems to have the legs on the Ducati on the drive out of Dunsford. Richard Cooper, fastest lap again for Cooper. Further back, Harry Truelove in 7th. Ocean Maher in 8th. Marshall Neal still in 9th. James Tracy in that 10th. Somebody retiring out of this one by the looks of it. Oh, it's Jeremy McWilliams, unfortunately. So as we look back towards Richard Cooper, still pulling away from Adam Brown. Let's have a see. There's a couple of riders missing from this one. No Storm Stacey. So it's Carl Phillips who is in 3rd place now, and Lucas Brown in 4th. So there's no sign of Mike Brown or Storm Stacey in this one. So that R9, listen to that R9 machine of Richard Cooper going through. Fastest lap again for Richard Cooper. A 1:08.1. We'll have a look at the Supersport lap record, a 1:07.0. So still a wee bit of work to do to get anywhere near that lap record. But Carl Phillips back up into 3rd place now, just in behind Adam Brown. He's in a comfortable 2nd. Lucas Brown still pressurising Carl Phillips from Harry Truelove and Ocean Maher. Ocean Maher only 0.2 off the back of Truelove. We'll look back towards the leaders. There's a lot of biz on the radio here at the minute. We're trying to concentrate on this race. Richard Cooper, nice and smooth. Look at the wings on that Yamaha. Lovely looking machine, lovely livery. Adam Brown still pushing, but look at Carl Phillips. The gap last time back from Adam Brown to Carl Phillips was 2.3 seconds. That looks like it's closed right up as the go come through Dunsford, back out on the start and finish then. Richard Cooper, number 47 machine. He's starting to pace himself now. So the gap is 1.9 seconds. Carl Phillips is on the move. Has he got enough time to close that gap and up to Adam Brown? If he can sniff this 2nd place, Carl Phillips, he's going to take it on that Bell Bike Sport B&W machine. Ruben Sherman Boyd, James Tracy, Alex O'Grady, Ross Martin, Jack Cadwell and Andrew Wardy all the way through there. We'll have to keep a close eye on Phillips. As they come back towards in through fairways 1 and 2 already. Phillips is pulling away from Lucas Brown on the Parker Transport machine. But look at Carl Phillips, as smooth as you like. Remember that gap, 1.9 last time round back of Adam Brown. Richard Cooper, he looks like Richard Cooper is pulling away. It was 2.1 seconds, it's now 2.7. And Carl Phillips still reeling in Adam Brown at 1.5 seconds. The gap is down to now. Will he have enough time? I don't think so. The last lap flag will be coming out the next time round. Ocean Maher still under pressure from the number 44, Harry Truelove. And Marshall Neal tucked right in the slipstream there, the pair of them. Getting a double slipstream through turn 1. Oh, side by side through the apex of turn 1. So sidecar race up next then if you used to make your way to the holding area. That's the sidecar machines to the holding area. So through fairways 1 and 2. Oh, that bike of Richard Cooper just looks like he's moving about a wee bit underneath him now. Carl Phillips is pushing that front end of that Ducati so hard in through Ringawati. He's closed that gap even more. So again, another call for the sidecar machines to the holding area. Last lap, Richard Cooper posted the fastest lap, 108.0. The gap was 2.7. As he crosses line, look at Carl Phillips. He's looking racy here. He could end up sealing this second place off Adam Brown. Not 1.1 of a second. Lucas Brown dropping back even further. 3.2 seconds there. We wait for Ocean Maher. Oh, look, it's Truelove. So Truelove has got ahead of Ocean Maher, and so has Marshall Neal across the lane. Marshall Neal isn't letting Truelove go here in this one. He's right in, actually, Marshall Neal looked like he was going round the outside of Truelove through turn 1. He's got the line for turn 2, but can he hold it together on that R6? So what's going to happen on this last lap? Can Carl Phillips clinch that second place? He's a wee bit too far away as they're between fairways 1 and 2 heading for Ringawati, but there's a slower rider just ahead of them here heading for Dunsport, so this could change everything. Do you go up the inside, round the outside? Adam Brown's calculating everything in his head. What's he going to do? But it's Richard Cooper. The checker flag is being waved. Richard Cooper takes the win over Adam Brown, and Carl Phillips in third. With Lucas Brown dropping way back off the pace on that last lap, but he couldn't do anything about Carl Phillips, and he knows he had a good gap back. So fourth place then for Lucas Brown. Oh, we've got a red flag. So a red flag in this race, unfortunately. Ruben Sherman boy with his hand up. So the rest of the riders, I don't know whether the red flag was before, but I'm sure it'll be called a result anyway. So here we go then. Just have the sidecar machines ready, please, for their first race of the day. So the sidecar machines, if you can make your way to the holding area. And with this red flag, ladies and gentlemen, if we hear anything, if we get anything on the radio, any updates, we'll soon let you know.
If we get anything on the radio, any updates, we'll soon let you know.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, won't be long now till the sidecars are out on track. Fair play to the marshals and everyone involved cleaning up them incidents during that super sport race.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, won't be long now till
So everyone is perfectly fine, you'd be glad to hear, and we're ready to go for the sidecars that will be going out for their warm-up lap here any second now.
So everyone is perfectly fine, you'd be glad to hear, and we're ready to go for the sidecars that will be going out for their warm-up lap here any second now.
So the classic machines come with the line up on the grid lane. Dylan Lynch, Killian Rogers on pole after a phenomenal qualifying session. Ryan Crowe, Callum Crowe in second. Derek Lynch and Ando McDonald lines up in third. Wayne Lockie. Lines up in fourth, fifth, Tony and Ian. Tony Willis, Ian Harn. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash in sixth, but here we go. Well, they're moving off the grid. Still sorting them out here. And just a reminder for the riders, especially the new riders that are first time here, all the grid positions are posted at the race office and you can get copies of them yourself. So the two Eclipse racing machines lining up there. So the green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. Oh, that's a quick start there. A very quick start indeed. So it looked like Dylan and Killian Rogers getting the whole shot in this one, but the Crowe brothers have the inside line into the first corner. And I think it was Lynch who clinched it. So they disappear behind the trees and head back towards the hairpin then. We'll wait for them to re-emerge. And they're right bunched up, but a glimmer of yellow. The Crowe brothers looks like they're in a Lynch sandwich here. Out of the hairpin then, heading for the first chicane. It's still Lynch over Crowe. Dylan with a cracker of a start. He was ready to go there. I think it was Callum was just looking behind him whenever the lights went out, so I don't even think he was ready for this. Oh, Crowe up the inside of Lynch. They're side by side through the chicane. Lynch has to go wide. Up through Ringawati then. The Crowe brothers getting the better of that. A couple of bank lengths of a lead now. But Derek Lynch and Andrew McDonald in the hunt. There's not going to be any love lost between these pair in this race. Slipping and sliding their way out on the start and finish straight. Getting plenty of heat in them tyres now. So Ryan and Callum Crowe in the lead. Lynch in second place now, but still chasing them down. Remember, the Crew brothers still recovering from that major incident at the Isle of Man TT. So Wayne Lockie, Ben Bennett away through there. Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash in 5th. Darren Hope and Lenny Bunnan. Fran Newton, Abby Rogers in 7th place. So we'll look back to the leaders to see as the Crows are pulling away in this one then. And the Lynches just in behind, lurking there. We'll check the times this next time round and see what they're posting compared to their qualifying. Crows the look on at that wee CBR 600 engine, really getting its legs stretched here at Bishop's Court. He's talking, they love Bishop's Court and just unfortunate. A couple of years ago, they were here and they ended up on their roof at this very corner, and they're taking it a wee bit easier this time round. You see Callum moving his body weight over the back end of that machine across the line. A 1:14.9 across the line there compared to Lynch, a 1:17.1. That was their qualifying time earlier on today. Wayne and Ben away through there, 4th, a 1:20.3. On the number 33 machine of Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. I'm not sure whether that was the back wheel spinning up or the clutch slipping in that one. Tony Willis in that 7th place, but up into 7th, but still getting hunted down. Scobie Clark just in behind him in the slipstream. So Ryan Deneen, he's in 10th place there at the minute, with Eugene and Philip just in behind. And Billy Newton just in behind that at the back of that group.
He's in 10th place there at the minute.
The Crew brothers still stretching that lead.
Billy Newton.
Ran and Callum really pushing. You can hear that machine singing, squealing for grip as the passenger wheel lifts off the ground before turning into Dunsford here. Last lap, the gap was 3.2 seconds. It's a lot more than that now. Lynch tries to get on that Eclipse machine, tries to get as much grip down on the tarmac as he can. Well tucked in behind the fern of that outfit. Derek Lynch, Anto McDonald. So the gap is now up to 5.0 seconds. And he's pulling away from Derek and Anto. 2.5 seconds there. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. They seem to be nursing that outfit now. Here comes Tony Willis. He's pulling away now. That machine, he's been having issues with that machine all season. He's changed fuel pumps, spark plugs, coil packs, pressure, high pressure pumps, tried everything with that outfit, and it just didn't seem to want to go. Only a couple of weeks ago, we were here for the Mid-Antrim 150. So Mid-Antrim 150 Club run the meeting here at Bishop's Court. Only 2 weeks before the actual road race, so fair play to them. It was great racing there with the sidecars as well. The Crew brothers' last lap was a 1:15.3, slightly slower, but again, just maintaining that gap over Lynch. Here they come again. Across the line, faster again, a 1:14.8, and another new lap record, a 1:14.839 for the Crew brothers. So they're really pushing now. They seem to have got their groove back. 114 machine. Wayne and Ben away through. Here comes Terry O'Reilly. Mark, slipping and sliding, nearly cutting the grass there on the outside of the track. It's the number 33 machine. Doesn't seem very stable there. Clutch is definitely slipping. So Darren and Lenny just in behind. That's the number 18 machine. They're closing the gap, 3.2 seconds. So his 5th place could be under jeopardy now. Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash could end up dropping back down to 6th. Ryan Calvin way through. See Fran Newton and Abby Rogers still holding on to that 9th place. A bit of a gap there, but Deneen closing up, 2.7 seconds now, so they're all going to start bunching up here pretty soon. Ryan and Callum Crowe, that was a 1:15.2 that time. Number 46 machine away through. Lynch and Rogers still pushing. That was a 1:16.1. 1:16.17. That's identical to their fastest time of 1:16.17. 1:14 there of Lockie. It was a 1:20.2 compared to their best of 1:19.8. Oh, look at this. Lockie. O'Reilly under pressure here. Darren Hope hunting him down. Just not quite in slipstream contention, but he's still closing in. So there's something seriously wrong with that machine ahead. Mark Gash just looking over his shoulder. He's going to warn the driver here. And he might go defensive, or he might just move out of the road. From Newton, Abby Rogers there. Deneen definitely closing in. Just lost a wee bit of time on that last lap. 300th of a second to be precise. There's your leader. He's going to be coming up the slower riders now. But I think he's got a big enough gap over Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers. Lynch and Anto McDonald away through the number 45 machine, the second of the Eclipse Racing machines. So another call in, we have the senior parade machines to the holding area. That's the senior parade machines to the holding area. And that's before the open invitation race. The big bikes, the big one at the end of the day. So as we look back towards the leaders. Oh, Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash have been demoted. So Darren Hope up another one up into 5th place, 6th for O'Reilly. Tony Willis closing that gap over O'Reilly and Gash as well. 5.2 seconds the gap is down to, but it's not going to be enough. We wait for the leaders here to come then. The last lap flag being readied. He's got ahead of Deneen. Deneen's passenger getting well tucked in behind the fern of that machine. So the last lap flag being waved. Dylan Lynch, the gap is up to 9.8 seconds now. That was a 1:17.8 that time, so he's just settling for that second place. Derek Lynch onto McDonald, their best time was 1:17.6. Oh, a mistake there on that lap, no doubt. That was a 1:23.9. But they're still holding on to that third. Lockie away through then. They're pretty well spread out now. But Darren and Lenny ahead of Terry and Mark Gash here. On that last lap, it looks like there's pulling a wee bit of time back on them around Dunsport. Pulls down the straight, it's getting the power down. The clutch slipping on that thing as they're coming back down towards us. Bit of a misfire out of it there too. So he's going to have to start nursing it home. To 5.0 seconds then. But here they come. In the slipstream of Scobie Clock. It's Ryan and Callum Crowe take the win. We wait for Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers coming through then. That was Abby Rogers and Fran Newton away through. There it is. Second place for Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers. Darren Lynch, surely he has enough time. He's got a big enough gap back to Lockie. Here they come across the line. Third place for Derek and Anto. What a run there for Darren and Lenny. Or Wayne, Wayne Lockie. But Darren pushing that outfit to the limit to stay ahead of O'Reilly and Gash. We'll get another call for the senior parade machines to the holding area. That's the senior parade machines to the holding area. A run to the line there. He really well and truly closed the gap on that last lap. It was Darren and Lenny that get it over Terry and Mark. Tony Willis then and Ian Harron across the line finishing in 7th. and Scobie Clock. Up through Dunsfort, still pushing that outfit. Simon Meathen hanging over the back wheel and across the line to finish in 8th. One other call for the senior parade machines. That'll be followed by the open invitation, the Superbikes, the big one, to end another fantastic day. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, plenty going on tonight. And very soon, actually. So we'll have special guest singer and BBC pundit and motorcycle racer, our very own Alana Maher. So she's going to be on stage at 5:45. That'll be followed by the Classic Bike Chat Show, brought to you by Commentary Corner. And that's at 6:30. And then the Unusual Suspects from 8 o'clock, followed by the DJ, and what great music he was playing last night with Brian Moore. That's the senior machines on track. You'll see Adrian Archibald just heading that group again on that relentless Suzuki, going back a wee bit too far there with that one. And of course, we should have the Rizla Suzuki out in this one as well. Mark Moore will be riding that. See there, I think that was maybe the Ducati just missing a gear there. Again, it's been a fantastic day so far. And don't forget that Alana Maher, she will be on at 5:45, followed by the chat show at 6:30. We've got some special guests on board for that one. And we'll get a wee bit of crack. And hopefully we can get a good crowd at it. There was a good crowd last night. And the music was fantastic as well. So the Unusual Suspects playing tonight. Last night was Atomic. Some real good classics playing. So get yourselves over there. The whole thing starts at 5:45 with Alana Maher singing, beautiful voice, and a very, very fast young lady indeed. Oh, Simo just pulling into the paddock there. And Simpson. He's on the V&M bike. I was talking to Peter Eaton there from Two Strokes Racing. So he's got his machine deckled up in his colours. And it looks well, but it was just having some issues, some carburation issues there. He pulled back in, but he's away on down pit lane, so maybe just a couple of wee adjustments to make, and hopefully he'll get back out on that machine. So next up then is the open invitation to Superbikes. If you can make your way to the holding area, that's the Superbike machines to the holding area. Just trying to organize the program here. It's not very well laid out for a commentator's point of view. So I just seen, I think that was perhaps John Bell's Norton out there. We'll have to confirm that with the JPS colours. Of course, RJ Woolsey sporting JPS colours this year, as well as the Castrol Honda colours. So it's great to be able to see him out there. And I think that was Jeff McMullen on Ross Martin's V2 Ducati. He'll enjoy that, of course. McMullen had a spin out last year on Ryan Gibson's 1000 BMW RR, 200 plus horsepower, and jumping off the RG 500 onto that. I think he got his eyes open that wee bit. Ryan Gibson made sure it was set to wet mode. Archie, big wheelie onto the start and finish straight there. It's great to see Adrian Archibald back out again and enjoying it. Hopefully he'll get a spin on something else this weekend. But that's his GSXR 1000 super stock machine from the Relentless days. Oh, Simpson retiring again in this one. So again, we'll see if he goes into the paddock or goes straight down. That's a gorgeous looking machine. He's turning into the paddock this time round. So he's retiring that machine. Hopefully he can get it sorted. Some carburation issues. That's the JPS Norton away through. Once again on the Ducati, the 888 out on track, just in behind it. I was talking earlier about Archie, Adrian Archibald. Last time he was out, he rode that Ducati, the MotoGP machine there. We heard it warming up earlier on, but he says it was so fast, he's never sat in anything like it. And then he realised he was only giving it half throttle. So he opened it up near the end of the day. And I think he just settled back down to using half the throttle again, but he really enjoyed it. David O'Donnell there. That was the RSB4 Aprilia. Just doing a bit of popping and banging there in the background. 53 away through. That's the ZX7R. Philip McConaughey. The ZX750 Kawasaki. Again, another call for the Superbike machines to the holding area, please. That's the Superbike machines to the holding area. 41, that's Colin Ray. That was a GSXR 750, or GSX 750. Artsy again. Just using a wee bit of the power there. He doesn't want to get too excited too early on the weekend. I'm sure tomorrow they'll be pushing that wee bit harder. Couple of machines not out in this one. They were out in previous. It's getting late on in the day. And a lot of the riders that are out in the parades are helping with some of these classes as well. McConaughey and racing, of course. So the big one in up next. Love the Yamaha. Colours way through with a TZ 750 Yamaha in them colours one time at, I think it was Ace Fortune. And a young American came over, and he was over in England for a couple of weeks, but he came over for that race bringing two TZ 750s built from the ground up. And it was the time of the real bad storms and hurricanes over there where he was living. And he came over to England, Ace Fortune, and both TZ 750s ended up destroyed in the spud field, but they were the same colours. The Kenny Robert colours, and both of them were destroyed in the spud field, which it wasn't a great weekend for him, but it was nice to see them out while it was. And they weren't parading, so he was racing in the open class as well, which was good to see. Archie just pulling into the paddock. So the checkered flag is out for this one, ladies and gentlemen. So the Superbikes are up next. The big one, the Go Classic Bike Festival Open Invitation Race. So can the remainder of you please make your way to the holding area, and you'll be out on track any minute now. The last of the machines is making their way through the checkered flag. That's an RSP Aprilia. That looked like Mark Patrick's 750. Kawasaki way through. That's that Tigcraft 690 of Alan Finnegan once again. Another GSX or ZX7R. Lovely machine, and they were quite popular in the classic. There was quite a few of them in the classic Superbikes. But again, it's just the price and trying to get parts for them. They started dwindling away ever so slightly. So the machine's coming back into the paddock now. If the remainder of the Superbikes want to make their way to the holding area for the last race of the day. And again, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, straight over to the marquee for a full night of entertainment and a bit of crack on stage. We'll wind up some of the riders out here today. Randy Singleton there. That's the VFR 750 pulling in. Gordon Anderson, that's the BMW 1000RR. Being 200 plus horsepower. I'm looking there. This lawnmower racing's pretty good as well. It's definitely a contact sport. It's rugby on wheels, I think this. They're bashing and getting on. I think someone's getting a black flag there by the looks of it. So we'll wait for the Superbikes to sort themselves out in the holding area, and they'll be out on track very soon. So the Superbikes are out on track. Again, it's going to be an interesting one with the Super Sport machines mixed in there. So Johnny Campbell on the BMW, pole position for Johnny. He made a couple of stops into pit lane just to make some adjustments. Jimmy Lands in the later parts of qualifying on the JLR machine. He lines up in second. Richard Kerr in third. Fourth for Richard Cooper. Fifth for Storm Stacey. Carl Phillips in sixth. Remember, the Super Sport machines will probably get off the line that wee bit better than some of the Superbikes, but again, with the launch control fitted, it can be tricky enough. We'll keep an eye on Johnny Campbell. He has at times struggled to get that BMW off the line, so let's see if he's got it bang on this time. Mike Brown lines up 7th, 8th for Lucas Brown, 9th for Adam Brown, 10th for Aaron Armstrong, Kyle Ride in 11th on that 250, remember. Andrew Wardy in 12th, 13th for Jack Wardy, 14th for Harry Truelove, Ocean Maher in 15th, 16th is Marshall Neal, 17th Jack Cadwell, 18th Roy Skinner, 19th Johnny Allen, 20th for Mark Conlon, Stephen McGill 21st, 22nd for Alexander Rowan, Nicky Burns 23rd and 24th for Keelan Smith. So here we go then, they're getting ready, they're told to watch the lights. A longer wait this time. What's going on? There we go. Shaking the head. Wow, what a start there. Now with Cooper in through the first corner lane. And that looks like Jimmy Lands up into second place. You heard the launch control taking over. The riders looking at each other there, wondering what was going on, but away they go. So they'll come out from behind the trees, heading for the hairpin. As the lawnmower race also started in behind us. But we're looking at the Superbikes now, heading through fairways 1 and 2. I think Johnny Campbell has made his way back up into second place. Chasing down Cooper, all up the inside. Up the inside of Richard Cooper. Johnny Campbell in the lead in this one. BMW. And the cloud of dust there from the lawnmowers. Oh! Carl Phillips around the outside there. And makes up another spot. So he's up into 5th place by the looks of it. Coming down on the start. Oh, Johnny Campbell out onto the dirt. Richard Cooper in second. Jamie Lands, Richard Kerr, Carl Phillips, Lucas Brown, Aaron Armstrong, Jack Wardy, Marshall Neal all the way through. Andy Wardy, Ocean Maher, Jack Cadwell, Johnny Allen, Nicky Burns. What a start there for Nicky Burns up into 14th place. Alexander Rowan 15th, 16th for Mark Conlon, Kyle Ride in 17th, Roy Skinner in behind him in 18th, Keelan Smith in 19th, top 20 then. Storm Stacey didn't actually come through there, I don't think. So he might have had an issue before the start of that one. Through fairways 1 and 2, still Johnny Campbell, but look at Richard Kerr, he's up in the second place. Jimmy Lands is going with him. Jimmy Lands on the brakes, right on the back end of Richard Kerr. You don't want to be knocking into the back of him. Through Ringawati. Jimmy Lands on the power, nice and early on that Honda. Chasing down the Honda of Richard Kerr. But they're right back with, Johnny Campbell just sat the bike up that wee bit. Richard Kerr had to close the throttle, and he's lost a wee bit of a time. The thing with the BMW, you nearly have to square the bike off. Big wide line there for Johnny Campbell in through turn 1. Jimmy Lands just tailing off a wee bit. He hasn't got the power of the two bikes in front of him. That 250 a Kyle Ride out onto the grass nearly. We'll have a look at time of Kyle Ride of 112.6. Remember that new lap record of 109 for Kyle Ride. So he's pushing through, he's dicing through the traffic at the minute. But it's still Campbell in the lead of this one. Richard Kerr still in that second. Jimmy Lands is maybe caught back up a wee bit of ground there through fairways as they start breaking for the chicane. Jamie Land so fast through the chicane there in third place. The back end of the bike dancing underneath him through Ringawati. And gets the drive on. Richard Cooper just dropping back that wee bit. So up through Dunsford then before coming back out on the start and finish. Sliding these 200 plus horsepower super bikes back down towards us now. Big long look over the shoulder for Carl Phillips. And the number 21 machine, Aaron Armstrong. What a lap there for Aaron Armstrong, a 109.1. He's in 6th place at the minute. 7th for Lucas Brown. 8th for Andrew Wardy. Jack Wardy in 9th. 10th for Marshall Neal. Ocean Maher just in behind the 250s at it. They're side by side. Kyle Reid and Rory Skinner. Rory Skinner. Kyle Reid has the line for this one. But Rory Skinner around the outside of Kyle Reid through turn 1. And he shuts the door, so he gets the better of him. But it's all about the back section, especially on these 250s. Who can hold them flat? The superbikes certainly aren't being held flat. Oh, Richard Kerr on the brakes up the inside of Johnny Campbell. Johnny Campbell's going to try and do the old switcheroo through Ringawati, and he does. He up the inside of Kerr, so back in the lead for Johnny Campbell, just like that. Richard Kerr pushing him out way through Dunsford. But as Johnny Campbell's getting the better, can he get it back into the apex and on to the start and finish? Here they come then. The gap last time was 0.2. Richard Kerr with the fastest lap. 0.1 across the line. Richard Kerr moves over to the left-hand side into turn 1, thinking about a move, but he thinks better of it. Jamie Land's got a front row seat in this one. Carl Phillips, Richard Cooper in 4th. Carl Phillips still in that 5th place. Aaron Armstrong in 6th. 7th for Lucas Brown. Andrew Wardy in 8th. Jack Wardy in 9th. And top 10 still there for Marshall Neal. So looking back at the chicane, we're having a look. It's Richard Kerr once again has attacked Johnny Campbell. So Johnny Campbell back in 2nd place, but look at the drive that he gets now through fairways 1 and 2. Richard Kerr on the brakes. He makes up more ground there. But here comes Jamie Lands. So Jamie Lands is on the attack now, so he can sniff this 2nd place. Richard Kerr and Johnny Campbell battling it out there in front of him. It's allowed Lands to claw back again. Final start and finish then. Whoa, big slide for Richard Kerr, just tipping the dirt on the way out. You can see the speed difference between the bikes in front of Richard Kerr. And Johnny Campbell just got the legs over Jamie Lands. Through turn 1 then. Still Richard Cooper, a bit of a lonely race for Cooper and Carl Phillips. So that V2 Ducati getting pushed to the limits. Marshall Neal still trying to keep Ocean Maher in behind him. It was only 0.1 of a second as they cross the line. The 250 there, you see Kyle Reid, he's just throwing the legs out there, so Kyle Reid wants to stay in behind Rory Skinner. He uses his body, he uses his legs as a wee bit of a parachute just to stay in behind Rory Skinner. You can't close the throttle in these 250s or you lose far too much time. As we look back at the superbikes, it's still Richard Kerr from Johnny Campbell. They've pulled that wee bit more on Jamie Lands. The gap last time was 0.3 of a second. There's a wee bit more now as they cross the line. Richard Kerr, Johnny Campbell, the race is on. It's 0.9 of a second now back from Johnny Campbell to Jamie Lands. Richard Cooper across the line. The gap is closing. Carl Phillips 1.8 of a second, so he's closing up on Richard Cooper. His last lap was 108.6. Cooper's last lap was 109.2. So Carl Phillips, again, he thinks he can get the better of Richard Cooper. The last lap flag will be getting ready for the next time round. As we look back down towards the leaders, Johnny Campbell is still right there. He's still all over. Oh, Richard Kerr's going to get a fright here in a minute, no doubt. But he's just so good through fairways too. It's Ringawati. You need to get the drive up through Ringawati. Oh, Richard Kerr's back tire starting to go on him. That bike's moving about an awful lot as the last lap flag is being readied. Up through Dunsford, out on the start and finish. Watch that rear of Richard Kerr. Coming out, touching the white line on the outside of the track. That BMW of Johnny Campbell. It's last lap time then. Johnny running out of time. Oh, he's right with him. He nearly ran in the back of Richard Kerr through turn 1. He had to set that machine up, and surely he's lost a bit of time through turn 2. He wasn't able to get it tucked back in. So back at the hairpin end, they're still neck and neck. So Johnny is just as close as he's ever been to Richard Kerr. He needs to get the drive out of the chicane. He needs to short shift at the right time through fairways here. Through his left-hander, tricky left, right-hander, and he's got that drive. Johnny Campbell in the slipstream of Richard Kerr, but he thinks better of it. He closes up that bit of a gap on the brakes. Is he going to do him at Ringawati? He is! Here's Johnny, back up to the lead, but he runs wide. He runs wide through Ringawati. Up through Dunsford, it's still Richard Kerr. Johnny has to get the power on nice and early. Get the drive out in the start and finish. It's going to be neck and neck across the line, but it's Richard Kerr who takes the win over Johnny Campbell. And Jamie Lyons with that front row seat and the last step of the podium. So Richard Cooper across the line, finishing in 4th. Carl Phillips in 5th, and that gap, not 1.8 of a second. So the last lap, Carl Phillips couldn't do anything about Richard Cooper. Lucas Brown, Aaron Armstrong, oh look at this across the line. Jack Wardy just getting the better of Andrew Wardy. Again, no love lost there. Ocean Maher on the last lap, out dragging Marshall Neal for 10th place. Marshall Neal finishing 11th. Jack Cadwell in a lonely 12th. Kyle Reid on the last lap. So Rory Skinner. Them two had a great battle, and that'll allow Rory Skinner to have a good look at the way Kyle's riding that 250 for the racing tomorrow. Johnny Allen finishing 15th, 16th for Nicky Burns. Nicky Burns started out of the top 20, remember, so he did very well to claw that back. Mark Conlon on the Ducati, 17th for Mark Conlon. Keelan Smith, 18th. So the machine's coming back. What a race that was to end a fantastic day here at Bishop's Court, the Go Classic Bike Festival. So here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner, Richard Kerr. And he didn't get it easy. So the Fraser's Home Open Invitation Race does it again. Carl Phillips on that V2 Ducati, remember. Right with him, catching Richard Kerr in the closing stages. And Jamie Lyons, what a view Jamie Lyons had of that. And a fantastic podium finish. Oh, Johnny Campbell. Giving Adam Brown a wee lift home from that one. What a well-run race there, Johnny Campbell. Just unfortunate on that lap 40 had. He just ran wide there at Ringawati. So we'll go down and see if we can have a wee chat. I've got a bit of a obstacle course here to get through. So we'll see Richard Kerr getting photos taken. Richard, sorry, that didn't frighten you, did it? Richard, what an amazing race. You held back just at the right time, but Johnny came back at you at the closing stages of that race. How did you feel out there, and how do you feel about getting the win?
I enjoyed the race, 100% enjoyed it. It was good days, but feeling on the bike is not great. Getting a lot of spinning. It's a simple fix.
I've seen that.
It was just any time I hit a bump, I was out of the seat, even with a one-lap tyre, so there's something just need to suss it out. But it was good to get the win. Johnny's obviously, we had an issue in the qualifying, and then I got a wee bit more power out of her there. So I knew it was going to be a hard race, and Johnny done that, and we got the win. So happy enough.
Happy enough. A bit more of the same. It was great to watch. Well done, Richard Kerr. That must be. They're all gone, are they? Oh, here's Jimmy Lyons. Jimmy, you're going to have to come over here, buddy, because I'm breaking up. The radio signal's not great. Steel plate in my head, it's interfering, you know. Jimmy, you had a front row seat with that one. You finished up at the podium, but how much did you want that win? You looked sharp at the very beginning of that.
Yeah, front row seat, but I'd rather be on the pitch if you could use that, Cinnamon. But yeah, riding really good, to be honest, really happy, and big thanks to the team. They're getting the bike really good. Like, that's just the stocker we're on out there, same as I rode at BSB last year. And riding really good out the back, and kind of feel that maybe a wee bit quicker, but we're losing in places you probably can see up in the commentary booth. But not complaining. I'm 21 now, and I remember when I was 14, 15, going out to the back to watch the Superbike race and thinking how quick the front boys were. So now I'm in that position and proud to be there. Just need to try and go a bit quicker, unfortunately.
Absolutely. I did comment on the speed of the bike compared to Richards and Johnny's down there, because you were closing up through fairways. Come on over here, flippin' heck. So you were closing up through fairways, so nearly through the bits that mattered, but it was down here, and you were losing bike length after bike length on them. Is there anything you can do for tomorrow, or is it any tuning, engine tuning, or is it a fact that it's just a wee bit of mapping?
Yeah, I think, as I say, it's a stock engine, so we probably could get a bit out of there, but we were just saying there when I come in, maybe there's a potential gearing change, so we'll maybe look at the data now, and hopefully, I really want to get a 106. I got a 107 dead there, so it'll come. I'm trying not to get frustrated, but yeah, well, I probably will try a different gearing tomorrow, because as I say, it's non-championship points, so for me, it's not much of a muchness if it doesn't work. So I can try it, and then for the next few USBK results, hopefully be a bit up there and gain something from this weekend.
Absolutely, no need to be frustrated. What a result! You should be proud of yourself, and the team's proud of you, I'm sure. So I'm just hearing on my radio. I think there's a wee man called Philip McCallans maybe going out on a sidecar. So we'll need to ratchet strap him down. He's going out with the Crow brothers. I haven't heard any different. So he is indeed. He's just getting ready. I'm hearing in my ear that he's getting ready. And I'm sure his nerves are shot. He spoke last night about a sidecar lap that he done. And he actually had to come in, and he stood behind the van, and he actually threw up behind the van. So I know this is a speed controlled lap, but let's hope he gets his eyes open in this one. So Philip McCallan, as I said, his leathers are filled like my trousers were filled earlier. There was a certain R1 Yamaha coming straight for me at the pit wall. Thanks, Johnny Allen. So I literally cacked myself for that one. So we'll have a look to see. Philip McCallan strapped into this sidecar. And he was saying last night about that sidecar, I can't remember if he said it was 20 years ago or what it was, but doing a lap of a passenger. So I thought maybe the likes of Barry Davison or someone would have been maybe at the head of this, or one of the instructors. Just so we can really open up that sidecar. But I'm sure Ryan Crowley will drop back that wee bit. So here comes the BMW, the Roy Hanna Motors track car. And here comes Philip McCallan. Let's see if we can hear him squeal, is he? No, he's just pulling over here this time. Is that it done? So a huge round of applause there. We'll maybe have a quick chat to him, can we? We'll have a quick chat to Phil. Beep! How was that, buddy?
Oh my God. The bodices gave me a nightmare 40 years ago. And he's given me a bad dream this time, you know. But it's just, you know, sitting in a sidecar and going around there, it's just unbelievable. Them boys are laughing, but it's like you're hanging on, you're going, oh my God, don't throw me out of this thing, you know. And it's like, it's a wonderful experience, but my God, my heart's beating away here. Like,
well, you know you're alive now, and it's definitely not Netflix and chill. Ran, did you get to scare him at any stage?
No, all I've got advice for Phil is don't quit your day job.
Don't quit your day job is right. But I'm sure it looked... Do you want me to help you with that ratchet strap there, Philip? You alright? We'll get a photograph taken. So again, ladies and gentlemen, Philip's here if you want to take your photograph with him, if you want your signature. Oh, here comes Callum. Callum Crow's looking pissed. Don't worry, you haven't lost your job. You haven't got your P45 just yet. You looking jealous?
No, I was excited, to be honest with you. I thought that might have been it. I thought the job's taken. These just have to be lifted out of that thing.
So getting crane hire in to get Philip McCallan out of the seat. He's actually shaking. So ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the marquee tonight. So Alana Maher, she's going to be on stage here very soon. And she's going to be singing us a few